The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Broadcaster Willie Jackson and actress Siobhan Ruakere both have colourful characters in their past, some they know and some that they're about to meet.
Yeah, well, it looks like we could be cousins, eh?
Oh, fantastic! No. We are related!
Now, the eyes may well be the window to the soul, but a teaspoon of saliva can unlock the gateway to our ancient past and connections that span the globe, all thanks to our own DNA. Actress Siobhan Ruakere has a large extended family, but the DNA detectives have some new people to add to her family tree. Let's see how that prospect sits with her, shall we?
That messes with my mind majorly. I can't understand it. The fact that I can take this test and trace back my roots and maybe meet some people that I would have never, ever in my life have met if it wasn't for this. Yeah, that blows my mind. My mum and my dad are so excited. That's one of the reasons I'm happiest about doing this, not just for myself, but for my mum and my dad. They are gonna love this. They're fully into the family history.
Ah, Siobhan.
Hello.
Welcome to the surgery.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I'm in trouble somehow.
Well, Siobhan, this is all a bit exciting, isn't it?
It's very exciting, Richard.
So what's the current focus of your life?
My heart and soul lies in acting. Mm-hmm. Not the easiest path to choose in life, especially in this country, but I've had a couple of trips over to LA and I have representation over there now, so I'm hoping to go back at some point this year.
Well, rest assured you're going to travel. There's no doubt about that, because we're going to send you around the world. We have a world map here of your DNA markers. Let's take a look at that, shall we? OK, Siobhan, your mother's history is clear in the British, German and French results. And it's of little surprise to see the Oceania markers, but the 19.4% East Asian and Native American DNA is very interesting.
What? That's fascinating.
It is, actually.
Oh, my gosh.
Scientists have found that Native Americans and Asian peoples were close relatives about 15,000 years ago. Perhaps that might surprise you.
That kind of made my hair stand on end, hearing that.
Comparing your DNA with global results has found 918 matches. And you're going to get to meet a few of them quite soon. Now, you take that with you.
Thank you.
And we'll stay in touch.
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for coming in.
I'm so excited.
Siobhan's DNA results seem to show that a love of the limelight may well be inherent. She has some very, very colourful relatives, one of whom was a pioneer of the screen slightly more blue than silver. Siobhan, Siobhan, you're about to board a flight to LA. You think that's good? It gets better. You're about to discover a startling connection to a showbiz family.
I've always been quite realistic about this, path I've chosen. You have to be fully committed because it's incredibly hard and there are just millions of people there. And plus, I've got to do the accent. I've got to try and do an American accent, which sometimes I find easy and other times I just balls it up, man. Hey, my name is Siobhan Ruakere. I'm 5'7.5" and I'm from New Zealand. Yeah.
Morning, Siobhan. No time to waste. You're off to meet a relative of a relative with quite a dramatic past. Follow this map to Riverside and prepare for the kind of tale that movie scripts are made of. Any clue who that might be?
So here's a story that gets bandied around the family a lot. It's about my great-great-great-grandmother on Mum's side, who was called Hannah O'Reilly. And Hannah O'Reilly was married to a fella called Barney. And Barney shot off to South Africa chasing, I think, the diamonds trade. And he'd gone for ages, And then he sends for them and sends for Hannah and their 9 or 10 kids to come and join him in South Africa. So she gets the whole family together and gets them on the boat, and they do the long trip over, long journey, only to find that once they get there, Barney has taken up with a red-headed floozy and doesn't want anything to do with Hannah or the kids, all 9 or 10 of them. So poor Hannah O'Reilly is left. How's she going to get everyone home? So she worked, slaved like a dog, I'm sure, to earn the passage for the whole family to get home. I think maybe some of the kids stayed in South Africa because they were old enough. But there's also a story of 2 of the boys who were teenagers. They stowed away on a boat and they got discovered and they were put off on an island. And if I could sound like my mother for a second here, we don't know what happened to those boys. If they were picked up by someone else, a passing boat, or if they're still on that island, we just don't know.
Well, you're warm, right side of the family, but wrong adventures. Just keep heading for Riverside. A tale bigger than Ben-Hur awaits you there.
Well, my journey has brought me to a cemetery in Riverside, California. I have a clue in my hand, a name I'm going to be looking for. Nora Ryan. Mrs. Ryan, 75, died Tuesday in a Baldwin Park hospital, a native of Taranaki, New Zealand.
That's my grandmother.
This is your grandma.
These are my grandparents, yes. Their son is my father.
I'm Siobhan.
Hi, Siobhan. We're second cousins.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You're Steve Ryan.
Steve Ryan. My father is Nora's son.
And so Nora is
My grandmother.
your grandmother?
Yeah. You have the same accent she had.
Yeah, because we grew up in the same place.
Yeah.
Siobhan's great-grandaunt, Nora, is Steve's grandmother. Nora Hurley, he grew up in New Zealand, but boarded a boat bound for Hollywood in the 20s with her husband and children in tow.
I know a little bit about her that my mum's told me, and I heard she was an actress.
Yes, she was in the silent film.
What do you remember?
The only film I know she was in was Ben-Hur.
Really?
In the first show of Ben-Hur,
Yeah,
the silent film version.
The silent film version, right.
In England.
How on earth did she end up in Hollywood?
She found her way into the films from talent scouts that showed up in Inglewood, New Zealand.
Inglewood and Taranaki?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, that's a little
That's
tiny
where my
wee town.
father was born, in Taranaki. Somewhere in that area, they had a farm, and the talent scouts showed up, and she loved the theater, so she played piano, she sang opera.
Wow.
She liked the idea of coming to Hollywood when
What
she got here.
an incredible journey.
She was quite a character. She did not care what people thought of her. She wore the same clothes over and over, never wore shoes.
That's funny because
Yeah.
I've got no
Yeah.
shoes on right now.
Normally, I don't have shoes either. My feet are quite callous. So.
Fantastic.
No.
We are related.
No. She was one of my best friends. She told
Really?
me to.
That's such a lovely thing to say. Oh, she sounds awesome.
Oh, she was awesome. Everybody knew she was awesome.
I want to follow in your grandmother's footsteps. I really want to
Cool.
move to LA and...
Yeah, pick up where she left off.
That was so great to meet Steve today, my cousin bro, and to get more information from him about my great-grand aunt, Nora Ryan. I didn't know I had this relative who came to Hollywood and became a silent movie star. That's amazing. It's what I want to do with my life, and she did it. Like me, she came from small town, Taranaki. It's kind of like this full circle thing happening. I kind of think I owe it to Nora now, right? Keep the dream alive.
Coming up, Siobhan discovers some sordid Hollywood history in her family tree, while Willie discovers the mysterious secret bringing him to Germany.
I'm just hoping I'm not going to be related to you-know-who.
You know, choosing to discover the secrets hidden in your DNA can easily lead you on a merry global dance. An outspoken radio host, Willie Jackson, is about to put on his dancing shoes. But first, let's see what Willie hopes that he might find on his journey, shall we?
The The whakapapa thing is everything, you see. The whakapapa thing for us is everything. I don't think some of my Pākehā mates can get over how many cousins I've got. We sometimes have 50, 100, 200, 300 cousins. That's unheard of, I think, in the Pākehā world, but not uncommon in our world.
Well, people know me, I suppose, from broadcasting and, politics. But this is the work, this is the real work, this is the work that I love, working with our community. And we want to instill good principles, good values into them early so that they can be strong later in life.
I'm not into inherited leadership. I'm into people who prove themselves, and I won't be jumping around out of my seat. So if all of a sudden I find out I'm related to Henry VIII or something. But you can't choose who your ancestors were, right?
Willie, welcome to Mission Control. Pleasure.
Good to meet you, Richard.
Sit yourself down. Willie, you're not exactly backward in coming forward on your radio program. How do you suppose your listeners are going to react to this?
There's a lot of interest at the moment from both audiences. Māori audience are fascinated because sometimes they want to talk about how Māori you are, and then in mainstream they want to know if you've got all this these other groupings involved with you, and they want to sort of say, see you weren't that Māori anyway. So it's going to be interesting.
And your family, they're quite outspoken. What are they going to say?
Most of them are fine. One or two are a little bit worried.
Oh, they're about what? About what?
I think people take this, they take this sort of stuff to heart, and it is really important. And that goes in line with a lot of thinking in terms of Māoridom. We're fascinated by, interested in whakapapa, ancestry.
That's interesting, because so far it's all been anecdotal, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And this is a different trail completely, isn't it?
Well, a lot of it is anecdotal. See, sometimes you don't know what's true and what's not.
We can prove some truth with this.
One would hope so.
Yes, I have
One would hope so.
Well, we've got a world map showing your DNA markers and where they come from. Are you ready to see them?
I'm ready.
Okie dokie. There we go. Your DNA covers the globe, Willie. Your European markers reflect your father's side. The East Asian and Oceania ones represent your Maori ancestry. And there's a small trace of African DNA. Goodness gracious me. There's also some interesting traces from Spain, Portugal, and more. Can't go into that yet, though. More of that once you're on the road. Comparing your test with global results has given us 915 genetic matches for you. A couple of those are waiting to meet you.
Yeah, can't wait.
Well, that's it for now. I want you to keep that with you and wait instructions for your global adventure, which will come through soon. Thank you so much, Willie, for coming in.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks
Pleasure.
very much.
Excellent. It's not Willie's second cousins that are going to have everyone talking. Stay tuned.
I think we're going to the States. That's my guess at the moment. Well, I'm hoping to be related to Jesse, Jesse. Michael, I'll take Michael Jackson, but probably way off the mark. Berlin. Oh, my goodness. All the way to Germany, eh? God, how many hours is that? 100? Oh, goodness. Oh, well, should be exciting. I'm just hoping I'm not going to be related to you-know-who. I am excited. I've always had an interest in my whakapapa, ancestry. I think it's exciting. I'm a little bit nervous. You never know what you're going to end up with, do you? So much history here, so much history. I'm walking along the wall in Berlin on the East Germany side. When I think about Germany, I think about our tipuna, I think about the Māori battalion. It's funny that. I don't think they came into the main street of Berlin, but I always think about what Rommel said, give me the battalion and I'll conquer the world. So I always think about our tipuna, my grandfather and all that lot, Ngāti Pro Sea Company. Kia ora.
Willie, great news. Your DNA has revealed that you are linked to a small and distinct population. The Ashkenazi Jews. And it's a significant percentage.
Wow. I'm a bit sort of stunned, looking and thinking about Jewish history, but I've never heard of any stories down that track.
Now, Willie's test has revealed some rather amazing clues about his past. The 25% Ashkenazi markers tell us that a very close relative had ties to the Jewish community. How do we know this? Well, you see, we inherit 50% of our DNA from our mother and father, and they each get half of their DNA from their mother and father. And that means that 25% of our DNA is from our grandparents. So with 25% of Willie's DNA coming from a very small, distinct group like the Ashkenazi Jews, it's highly likely that a grandparent or great-grandparent came from that culture.
The Jewish background is really surprising. It's fascinating, really, because, you know, I'm quite a supporter of the Palestinians.
To help Willie come to terms with his Jewish roots, we've arranged a meeting with a local guide, Yoav.
Hello,
Yes.
you must be Willie.
Good to meet you. Oh, you're very, very sharp looking there, brother.
Thank you very much, you too.
Yeah, you look like the bros back in New Zealand.
The Ashkenazi population descends from such a small group of people that everyone is related in some way or other. Yoav and Willie, therefore, are distant cousins.
So for many of us, you know, on Talkback Radio, we've had this debate about whether Judaism is a religion or whether it is an ethnicity.
You are born Jewish, right? And it doesn't really matter if you believe or if you don't believe. You can be actually an atheist, right? And you'd still be Jewish.
Now, because Jews are so genetically distinct, we know that Willie will have people in his lineage that were also affected by the Holocaust.
So what we see here are called the stumbling stones. We're supposed to stumble upon them, but metaphorically, not physically, not with our feet, with our hearts and minds as Germans. They commemorate victims of Nazi Germany. Since most of them were murdered in the camps, their bodies were burned, they don't have graves, they don't have headstones.
Yeah.
The idea behind the project is to give them surrogate headstones at their former addresses where they used to live.
You know your history so well. The Germans, are they interested in this Jewish history or no?
Typically they aren't.
This is important history for this country.
You know, importance is something very subjective.
Yeah.
It's a matter of perspective. Sometimes they would ignore precisely what's important. We're approaching a very special monument I'd like to show you. Unlike most other monuments, it's not about what we see. And it's not about the table, nor about the chairs. It's about what's missing. It's about the void. Jewish families used to live in many of these apartments until somebody knocked on their door, kidnapping them brutally, forcefully to an unknown place, typically Auschwitz and places like that. And ever since they're gone. We have to live with the past, the blood-soaked past of this neighborhood, the way it is forever, which is why this chair, of course, cannot be picked up. You cannot change, you cannot correct it, just as you cannot change the past.
Some people would find it very tough, wouldn't they? Being reminded of the sins of their fathers.
I would think so, yeah.
Incredible. You must have been directly affected with your own family?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I would hate them forever.
Yeah, hate.
Yeah.
Let's keep it in that
Yeah,
state.
yeah. Oh, you would. You could not
Yeah.
help them. It is only human. Seeing that monument was pretty emotional and just an example of what Jewish people put up with. A lot of Germans are ashamed of what happened, and you can see why when you go to that memorial.
Coming up, Willie learns more about his Jewish roots and a mysterious rugby connection, while Siobhan learns about her link to exploitation films.
Your relative broke a lot of ground.
Willie Jackson's in Berlin because his tests showed that he has 25% Ashkenazi markers in his DNA. He's trying to get a handle on the basics of Jewish culture with the help of guide and distant cousin, Yoav.
Having found out about your Jewish ancestry, what does that actually mean to you?
You know, I'm still absorbing that. You know? You don't know how influential it is in terms of your life, do you? I mean, you can't choose your history. You can't choose your relations, can you? I don't think just because I have a certain amount of Jewish ancestry that should affect me in any way whatsoever. In fact, when I think about it, I think I'm quite proud of that ancestry. I think it complements me as a human being, but I was never brought up in the Jewish way. And like you, we go back generations,
Okay.
thousands of years. We love tracing back our roots.
Okay.
It's very similar to the Jewish. And history means everything for us. I was in two minds when I first found out about this, because I've really been on the Palestinian crusade through the years, and so to be told I've got Jewish background in history was a surprise and shock. There must be an influence from Tipono, from ancestors on both sides. Half the world chess champions are Ashkenazi Jews. I thought that was amazing, really, to see. Chess has played quite a part of my family. My dad was a champion chess player, and my son's a champion chess player. We all played chess. I think there's something that you inherit from your ancestors. I really do.
Willie, we've theorised that your great-grandfather, Fred Jackson, may well be the source of these Ashkenazi markers. As you know, his identity has been questioned before. Author Tom Mather is going to give us more on that. Tom?
Hi, Richard. Hi, Willie. I first became interested in Fred when I'd written a book about the very first rugby league tour down to Australia and New Zealand. All that we knew that he was going by the name of Frederick Stanley Jackson, and clubs came forward and admitted that they'd played against Frederick Stanley Jackson, knowing that he was Ivor Gabe. So then I'd got the aliases, basically, none of which existed. Because when we looked at the census records, no Frederick Stanley Jackson, no Ivor Gabe, and all of that changed when I got an email from, would you believe, Fred's nephew, Glenn Gabe. He informed me that the family had changed its name from Gabe to Gabe. And when we looked at the census records for 1881, there he was, Ivor Thomas Gabe, born 24th of August, 1877. Ivor Thomas Gabe, alias Frederick Stanley Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Willie, it's very clear that Fred Stanley Jackson was an international man of mystery, and there's more than a sneaking chance that those Ashkenazi markers came from him. The DNA detectives have found descendants of Ivor Thomas Gape, one of his potential identities, and we're sending you to meet one or two of them. And we're going to gather DNA samples so that we can compare your results. So your first stop, mate, is London. Meanwhile, in LA, Siobhan's learned that she's not actually the first in her family to seek out the silver screen.
Learning about my great-grand aunt Nora, she took such a big gamble and it seemed to have paid off. So if she can do it, I can do it, eh? LA's probably a pretty scary place. Pretty soul-destroying for a lot of people. But I have had this dream for a long time now, and it's about bloody time I made it happen, right? Roll the dice, that's what I decided with this. Roll the dice, Siobhan.
Hi, Siobhan. You seem to be very much at home in LA. There's no surprises, really, because you have another relative who made waves in Hollywood. Head downtown tomorrow. Brace yourself for some steamy and seamy stories about Dan.
Okay, so I'm heading that way.
Great-grand-auntie Nora's daughter Margaret married Dan's Sonia. Now, his films were a little racier than Auntie Nora's.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
I'm
Yeah.
Siobhan. Nice to meet you.
How you doing, kid?
How are you?
Bill Margold is an adult entertainment industry legend, but without the work of Dan Sonia and his business partner, David Friedman, that particular arm of the industry might never have come into being.
I only met your relative once at a screening of a movie called Mau Mau Sex Sex. It was about the history of exploitation movies. And exploitation movies were movies that sort of gave you a lot of tease but didn't deliver the goods. Your relative broke a lot of ground with the help of Friedman, they were both like P.T. Barnums, they were both con men, Each time they pushed the envelope a little bit further.
Yeah. So when they tapped into the idea of show a little bit of booby,
Yes.
they started making it rain.
He left, I think, before the hardcore business really took
Yeah,
off.
he was when it just began, right?
Yeah.
When it was
He
just
never
being
did anything
birthed.
even remotely associated to hardcore.
Yeah, thank goodness for my mother.
Now, Bill wants Siobhan to get a sense of what her great-grand cousin Dan did. So a show reel of his finest sizzle, without the sausage, awaits her.
Oh, hello. My goodness. It's really interesting to me because I have never even heard of this relative until I started working on the show. So it makes me think that back home in little old New Zealand, maybe my relatives who do know about him kept him quiet. Yeah, don't worry, Mum. I'm not going to go into that part of the industry. Yet.
Coming up, Siobhan is about to meet a Polynesian connection, while Willie Jackson learns that great-granddad Fred had another identity.
He was very good at avoiding being photographed.
In London, Willie's on the hunt to learn if his great-grandfather, the mysterious rugby player Fred Jackson, was actually Welshman Ivor Gabe. Mark's great-great-great-grandfather, Rhys Gabe, was Ivor's uncle. And Mark's going to donate some of his DNA to help resolve this conundrum.
Yeah, well, it looks like we could be cousins, eh?
Possibly, yeah.
Will
So,
that help me in terms of a place to stay here in London?
well, we'll see if you're related first, shall we? How's that?
Check the DNA
Check the
evidence
DNA,
before I
all
can
of the
come
DNA.
knocking on your door.
But you never heard any stories
No,
of
not
his
really.
life before he moved to New Zealand?
Fred Jackson, not really. Just, you know, he was this great sportsman who set
Yeah.
up and went off with our great-grandmother.
Uh-huh.
I've seen his grave. yeah.
Right. But he wasn't shy about building a new life and becoming well known and putting himself out there.
Yeah, well, he was a different name, wasn't he?
Yeah. But my grandfather played rugby for Cardiff.
Oh, really?
He was a Gabe. Well, Gabe Jones was his surname.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So if we are related, he'd have been a second cousin.
Yes,
But we had another cousin, R.T. Gabe.
yes.
He would have been a cousin of
Fred,
Ivor,
Ivor. Yeah.
or Fred, Ivor. And he played for Wales in 1905. I don't know if you know what happened in 1905.
Yes. Oh, yes, you guys,
They beat
you got a very lucky victory. That the ref,
our relative got a very good victory.
While the lab works on comparing Mark and Willie's DNA to establish once and for all whether Fred Jackson was Ivor Gabe, we've traced his early history, which leads us to Swinton. The White Lion pub was once the changing rooms for the Swinton Lions Rugby League team. Now, Fred may have donned his strip here, that's if Tom's theory's correct, and it also seems Swinton rugby historian Steve has found yet another twist in this tale.
yeah, so we're in sort of pursuit of our mystery man who happens to be my great-grandfather, Fred Jackson, come over to New Zealand with the 1908 Anglo-Welsh rugby team. But I think he just switched between the codes all the time, rugby and rugby league. So
We knew him as Jack Jones. He played for Swinton as John Jones. He played for us in 1901-1902 season. We were one of the biggest clubs in the early days of the Northern Union. The guy came to us, said he was John Jones, played for us on and off, and then disappeared as mysteriously as he turned up. And in fact, he was known locally as the Mysterious Jones. Another interesting thing, I've come across a photograph. This is the 1901-02 Swinton lineup.
right.
And Jones or Jackson or whoever is not on the lineup, which is strange. He was very good at avoiding being photographed. When a photograph finally did emerge in Cornwall, he sent a sworn affidavit to say that Jones and Jackson were one and the same person. That set a train of events in motion that subsequently got him banned from that Anglo-Welsh tour in 1908. And of course, I think he was ordered to return home and face the music, but he never did.
No, jumped
That's
ship.
more your-
Ran
that's
off
more
with
your
one
end
of
of
our
story.
grandmothers.
There you go, yeah. so apparently...
He had the sling for Māori woman, I think.
But he certainly never returned to England and faced the music.
He was a great sportsman, though, obviously, because when he was in New Zealand, he ended up playing for the Kiwis.
That's right.
Rugby league.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 sons played for the New Zealand Māori All Blacks, and one of the sons, my grandfather, became an All Black. So you can see how strong he was in the game, and the blood sort of continued.
Oh, right.
It just went a bit wrong when it got to my generation.
Willie, the plot thickens. Fred had 2 alter egos, but the DNA detectives have a plan, so take the next train to Wales, where you're going to meet Jill. Her father was Ivor Gabe, and her uncle was John Jack Jones, both names Fred Jackson used. She's waiting in Swansea to do a DNA test to help you solve this mystery. Actress Siobhan Ruakari has discovered that she's got silver screen connections in Hollywood, but if she follows the directions that I've sent through, she's going to meet a Polynesian relative who's mapped family connections back tens of thousands of years.
I'm hoping it's The Rock. You're not The Rock. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet
Kalani.
you. Kalani?
Kalani.
Kalani, I'm Siobhan.
Well, nice to meet you.
Kalani, you live here?
I live here, but originally from Hawaii.
Kalani moved to LA many years ago, but he grew up in Hawaii, and his mum still lives there.
Kalani, one of the coolest things I found out when I got my results was that I have a splash of Native American, which made me want to jump up and down, especially because my mum who is, we say Pākehā, she's white, she's always had this crazy affinity with the American Indian people. She loves reading about them. She kind of thinks she was one in a former life. So when I got that in my results, I was like, yes. You know, the first thing I wanted to do was tell Mum.
And guess what? She's not the only one. There's a lot of us Polynesian people are getting these small bits of Native American.
Yeah.
We're also finding that Native American people might come up with Oceanian as well. And it's because we have the same common ancestor going back thousands of years ago, like 10,000 years ago.
So am I Pocahontas or not?
Probably not.
Right.
But we do come from the same group of people that went to these 2 different areas.
Yeah.
I got a different type of test where it tests my mother's mother's side. It's a direct maternal lineage, which is haplogroup B, and that's where Polynesian people come from.
What was it called?
Haplogroups.
Haplogroups.
It's like a tribe,
Yeah.
but going back to just one woman. And that can go back thousands and thousands of years. Migration started from Southeast Asia. Her descendants ended up migrating further south to, this is Papua New Guinea. And then they settled here, Samoa and Tonga, and then eventually on to New Zealand, Hawaii, and Easter Island.
All started with one lady.
Yes, but the haplogroup B, even though Polynesian people come from B, a lot of Southeast Asian come from B, and also her ancestors went all the way to the Americas. Native American people also have haplogroup B.
Right.
So Siobhan's haplogroup B ancestors were the branch of the family who took a shine to the warmer climes of the South Pacific. And now we found some more recent relatives who feel very much the same. Hello, Siobhan. Are you ready for the next leg of your adventure? There are tickets at the airport for Hawaii with your name on them.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to Honolulu. It's got to be Dad's side of the family. It's the Māori side. I'm going back to like the ancient lands, Hawaii Nui. I've always wanted to go there. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Coming up, Siobhan gets a warm island welcome while Willie walks on the hallowed ground where his famous great-grandfather may have played.
We're in the midst of history. Fantastic.
Hello, Siobhan. It's very likely that you feel very, very much at home in Hawaii, as there's quite a few relatives of yours in that part of the world. You're about to meet 2 of your DNA relatives, Charles and Chris Arno. Now, you share 7 DNA segments, so it's very likely you share several ancestors as well.
It's my first ever time in Hawaii, and I'm about to rock up to a complete stranger's house. The only information I have is that I'm meeting a Charles and a Chris. And I really need to pee, so the first impression of me is probably going to be some random chick rocking up and asking to use their bathroom. Aloha!
Aloha.
Oh, wow! Oh, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Aloha.
I'm Chris, I'm his father.
Oh, hello, Chris. Chris and Charles.
Charles. Yes.
Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet
yeah.
you. Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah. Come on. This is my grandfather, Paul Mahulu, and this is me.
Look at you, handsome thing.
There's a connection.
Yeah.
You know.
I saw your sign up there before, e komo mai.
Yeah, welcome.
And we say haere mai in Māori, you know, welcome, haere mai. Do many people speak Hawaiian here in Honolulu?
Well, there's a revival in the language right now. Like my time, like my grandparents' time, it was sort of against the law. You couldn't speak Hawaiian. You couldn't speak it.
Yeah, when my dad was a kid in school, they'd get the strap or they'd get, you know, they'd get into trouble.
Yeah, it's sad because we lost part of the culture, I guess, you know, a little bit of it, but they're trying to revive it now.
It's really similar to what is happening back home in New Zealand, you know. And my dad is 76 now and he's taking classes every week.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I guess if he can go, I can go.
Yeah. Get along.
So Siobhan's family keeps growing. Chris's other son, Josh, and his 2 daughters have arrived to meet their long-lost Kiwi cousin.
So we've got something in common because we're both the babies in our family.
Yeah.
You don't look like much of a baby.
It seems there's already a Maori connection in the Arno family.
So I love that you have this.
Yes.
What can you tell me about it?
I got this in Wellington. This is like the family line, and it's shaped like a heart, and each one of these lines is my kids. And down here, shaped like a hammerhead shark, because he asked me about mountains and, you know, my sacred animal, whatever, and, you know, where my family was from.
Yeah.
And I didn't really know too much about it. And I feel kind of ashamed that I didn't really, you know, get my culture down. And
I feel the same way about being Māori, that I don't know much about it. But the older I'm getting, the more interested I'm becoming in it,
yes.
you know?
Yes.
I think that's really cool. That's
I
so
like,
cool to see that.
13 years, something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
To me, it's very, you know, it's very personal. And, you know, it represents my family.
Yeah.
And who I am.
I'm really glad you had that experience. Like,
Yes.
I'm happy, proud that, you know, you came to my country and, you know.
I am too. And,
Yeah.
you know, just to think 20-something years later, here I am talking with you.
I know, it's crazy, right? Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is awesome. You know, who would ever known?
Oh, because of DNA.
DNA. Yes, this is good.
This is the life, actually. Do you think you've got a pretty sweet life?
Yeah.
It was a wonderful experience for me to hang out with them. They were really lovely. They had that, what I imagine Hawaiian people to be like. They just seemed very gentle and warm and welcoming. You look like my brother, Matthew. There's a definite similarity, especially on top.
He must be really good looking.
Oh, he's just like, he's a supermodel in New Zealand.
Yes, I knew it, see?
Do you think I look at all Hawaiian? Could I pass for a Hawaiian or not?
Oh, yeah. The first time I saw your picture, I thought you looked like one of my nieces.
Really?
And I was like, wow. So much so, yes. It's got to be a relative.
So I've got a Hawaiian doppelganger somewhere. Meeting Charles and Chris and Joshua, it's something I never would have ever imagined would happen, and it's so weird, and it's still blowing my mind that there's these 23 chromosomes that have somehow linked me to them. They did feel like family. Somewhere way back when, one of their rallies got it on with one of my rallies, and some mass migration probably. But how cool that, you know, I could meet them, and it's a really lovely place to feel connected to. I mean, it's stunning, it's breathtaking. And now I feel like, yeah, there's a little piece of me here.
Now, Willie's in Swansea to gather a DNA sample. The DNA detectives have found Jill Morgan, who had relatives with the name that Fred Jackson used as a rugby player. And as keen footy fans, Jill and her husband Denzel are keen to help resolve this mystery.
So there was this thought that my grandfather changed his name from Ivor Gape to Fred Jackson.
Yes, the name makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, because there's not a lot of Gabes around this area now. Do you think that your grandfather or your great-grand changed his name for some reason?
It's certainly looking that way.
Yeah.
It's certainly looking that way. We'll find out, but when we get some tests back from you in terms of your of the connection, but wouldn't it be funny if there was a connection?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be nice.
If you were coming over home, come to my house for a holiday, because life is sometimes full of those sort of surprises.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got quite a surprise to find out I had some Jewish ancestry. No Jewish connections or anything? No. That sort of came up in our DNA.
We know of.
Yeah, well, same with us.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you thought about having some Māori relations? Have you thought about that?
Just be nice to know if we are, yes or no,
Well, I
isn't
tell
it?
you what,
And
there'd be a lot of the neighbours jealous. connected to the rugby team.
yes.
Be lovely to be related. They got a lovely Manaki side. You could feel the warmth from that whānau. We're in the midst of history. Fantastic. I wonder if the old grandfather played here. You know, if the DNA doesn't match up, then we're back to square one, aren't we?
And now that he's got the DNA samples from Mark and Jill, the lab can look at what DNA, if any, they share. Willie and Siobhan have certainly enjoyed discovering relatives long lost to them. And a further bombshell, thanks to our testing, is that Willie and Siobhan share 10 segments of DNA, which puts them at second or third cousins, which, unless they've been holding out on us, is going to be news to them as well.
Willie Jackson! That's where the argumentative streak comes from.
I don't even know if I've met Siobhan, to tell you the truth. She is from Taranaki, eh? Same sort of whakapapa, eh?
And speaking of whakapapa, the DNA results, which will prove whether Willie's great-grandfather was a Welshman or not, are now in. Willie? Yes, thank you. Your DNA results have had us on our toes in the lab. We've done further testing, and we know now for sure that your Ashkenazi Jewish markers are on your father's line. We also have in the DNA results from Mark and Jill, the descendants of the Gape family. Bit of a shock there, because while their results show that they're related to each other, neither of them actually shares any DNA with you. So who your great-grandfather was still remains something of a mystery.
The mystery continues. Well, I suppose I'm not that surprised, because it seems to be a theme of the Jacksons. You know, I don't get too worked up about, you know, the percentages of what you are. The reality is you are a product of your upbringing. And I'm a product of my upbringing, which has been, you know, 99.9% Māori. So I'm a product of that, you know, whatever the DNA results said.
DNA contains the roadmap of where our ancestors came from, but studying it can raise new questions even as we attempt to answer the old ones. We all have links in our blood to places and people that we could never have imagined. So who's going to be curious enough to take the test next week? Why don't you join us and find out? The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Now, actors Nicole, Whippy and Kirk Torrance are about to go back in time and find family connections to pilgrim settlers, clans and ancient tribes.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
I don't tell too many people. It was way back in England.
It was way back.
They were a royal family.
just
They were
one
known
more
as
time.
a royal,
Say it again.
a royal family.
See, no mucking around with us.
No.
By choosing to decode our DNA, we can uncover family connections that have become lost in the mists of time. But the markers in our DNA can reconnect us to that past and newfound relatives all around the world. Actress Nicole Whippy has several twists in her family tree that testing can help to iron out. But before we reveal all that, let's hear what she knows of her family history.
My mum is Fijian, New Caledonian, as far as we know. However, if you meet my mother, she, a lot of people think she's Indian. She looks like a very small Indian woman, quite different from me. And an auntie who was dying high on morphine told another auntie that my mother's father's father was actually the Indian lawn mowing man down the road. So that's something we're not too sure about. They used to call her father Augustus Genet, Frenchman, if it is what we've been told, he is New Caledonian. My mother's grandmother, she had an affair with a New Caledonian man and they actually had to flee with their kids, and that's when they went to Fiji. I know that her side of the family completely disowned her. I'm thinking because if this is going through my mother's line, that we're going to clear up a lot there that this family just my family have not been able to figure out. But then I feel like maybe I'm going to be dealt a curveball, something there that I just have no idea about. Yeah, but that's exciting.
Nicole, welcome to HQ.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Sit yourself down and let's hear all about yourself. I hear you've just had a newborn?
I have.
Boy or
6
girl?
months now. A little girl.
Ah, bless.
Yeah, Vida.
This Whippy name that you have, I gather you have an ancestor, David Whippy, who was a bit of a character?
Whippy. Yep, it's the first Whippy that we know of that arrived in Fiji.
In the 1800s?
1830s,
Okay.
around then. Him and his brother, David and Robert.
From?
Nantucket, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Yep, they were whalers. And the story goes that Robert left David in Fiji. He actually got stranded on the island. But he wasn't unhappy about that. He quite liked Fiji.
I see.
And he quite liked the ladies. Fiji, I think, was a really nice option.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at what your DNA chart has thrown up. Over there. And this shows that you have ancestry from China, Mongolia, and even Japan, but not India itself. The Oceania markers reflect your Fijian and New Caledonian ancestors. And with legendary seafarers in the family, you shouldn't be surprised to see 0.5% Scandinavian, touch of the Viking there. A taste of voyaging in the DNA, perhaps. And the lab have also found 913 DNA matches for you.
Wow.
So you're going to have to prepare to meet some of those relatives rather soon.
Okay.
And in the meantime, take this with you, Nicole, and keep this with you at all times, because we're going to communicate via that. And, well, all I can say is bon voyage. Have a wonderful time.
Thank
I think it's
you.
going to be an exciting journey.
It is.
Au revoir.
Okay, au
Take
revoir.
care. Bye-bye.
See you soon.
How lovely. Well, Nicole's about to find out just how Yankee Doodle Dandy her folks really were.
My mother's reaction to be told there was absolutely no Indian in our family was hilarious. I don't actually think she believes me. I think she actually will need to see the show to believe me, because she was like, what? Yeah, quite a bit of disappointment, which is interesting, and a little bit of disbelief still. But sad.
Look, sorry to interrupt, but I've got news that involves shopping. Aha, got your attention now, haven't I? You're descended from an ancestor by the name of Macy. Former whaler, Roland Hussey Macy, started a store with a red star for its logo. And that star was the tattoo he had on the back of his hand. Roland was your third cousin 5 times removed, Nicole.
Okay.
More on that very soon, but first you have to catch a flight to America.
Bring it on.
Mr. Macy's star isn't the only one in the family. Head to Hollywood Boulevard and wait for instructions. Don't get too distracted by the bright lights. I need your full attention now, okay? Now you're facing in the right direction, and I want you to take a further 10 steps forward and then look down.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Humphrey Bogart.
Congratulations. You've just met one of your American relatives. Well, their star.
Really? Oh my God. Wow.
Another 15 paces, please. Look down again. Aha, bingo.
Cool.
You think that's exciting? Take a little peek.
Christopher Lloyd. Oh my God, he's a legend.
These are all relatives connected to the Whippy side of your family.
That's awesome.
Is that good news? I think so.
Really cool, actually. Yeah. Humphrey Bogart. I think my mum will be impressed with that. And Christopher Lloyd, yeah, obvious legend. I mean, my God, Doc from Back to the Future. I definitely feel like if I came here now, I would be able to tell people that. Would you like to come and see my uncles on Hollywood Boulevard?
DNA can connect people who are anything from third to distant cousins. Nicole is distantly related to Humphrey Bogart, Alec Baldwin, and Christopher Lloyd, all through one man. DNA matching has also found Nicole's fourth cousin, Jeanette, who knows exactly how the puzzle fits together.
Jeanette. Not so much a Hollywood name. It's kind of hoping for something a little bit more glamorous, but, you know, who knows? She might be awesome.
Hello, welcome to America.
Hi.
My cousin.
I'm Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm Jeanette.
Hi, Jeanette. Such a pleasure.
Please come in.
Thank you. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, isn't it beautiful?
Coming up, Nicole discovers the legacy of a relative lost overboard on the high seas, while Kirk is about to discover he's got connections to the great bard himself.
That is what's left of the actual Macduff Castle.
Who actually did fight Macbeth?
Yes.
You know, thanks to the wonders of modern science, we can take a teaspoon of saliva and we can use it to trace our family history. Now, this DNA testing is about to reveal the links that actor Kirk Torrance has to an ancient tribe, along with their myths and legends that are the stuff that movies are made of. But first of all, let's see what he knows about himself so far.
Well, yeah, we grew up in Doggerland, and you know, you're Maori or you're Pākehā. If you're Pākehā, you're Dalmatian or you're English or Scottish, you know, something like that. No, I grew up as quite a sensitive kid. Well, you know, I grew up in the 70s, so staunch was just becoming a thing. If you're a sensitive kid, you know, you got your beans. Me and my sister represented Northland in swimming. We were the first brother and sister to be in a Commonwealth Games team at the same time. Our first Commonwealth Games was in Edinburgh in '86. My sister was actually the better swimmer. It's a big word, that word family. It's something that's a protection for you, and it's something that gives you the ability to be able to do the things that you want to do without letting your feet leave the ground. I reckon my DNA will tell, you know, I think it's pretty standard actually. My mum's from Whitehorse, so it'll be the whole Māori thing through Raro, Tahiti maybe. Dad's Scottish, so, you know, there might be a few surprises there, but I don't think there'll be too much.
Ah, Kirk, welcome to the DNA Ground Zero.
Thank you, sir.
Sit yourself down. We're about to take a journey of great excitement. Now, you've got a name, Torrance, Kirk Torrance, and that's certainly Scottish. What do you know about that side of your family?
Well, I know Kirk is Gaelic for church, And I know that the Torrance clan were just south of Glasgow. Torrances came through Dunedin, like every other Scottish person. I can't remember my grandfather, on the Torrance side. He died when I was pretty small, and I sort of vaguely remember a lot of strong Scottish-sounding women that I bumped into as a young person.
Well, we've got a roadmap of your DNA around the world showing you where your forebears came from. Let's have a look at that. Are you ready?
Yes.
Cool. European DNA markers from your father's side there. And you also have East Asian markers. Your Polynesian ancestors migrated through Southeast Asia, Melanesia, and then into the Pacific. And you have the slightest DNA traces from Africa. Yes.
That's how come I can dance. Look at that. That's 3/4 of Africa.
We've kept a few results up our sleeves. You'll find out about that on the road. And comparing your tests with global results has given us 915 genetic matches for you. I want you to take this, and you're going to go off on your way, and we'll give you some more details. And happy travelling.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you.
It's a great pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, he's going to look the part in a kilt, there's no doubt about that, but it's not the obvious heritage that's going to surprise Kirk, as we're going back thousands of years to a place he could never imagine that he'd be connected to.
Richard, Kirk, the first stop on your DNA roller coaster ride is London. I haven't been to London for about 11 years, so I look forward to it.
Kirk, find Big Ben, cross the river, look for a lady holding a daffodil, and you'll have found your first DNA connection. Break a leg.
I have no idea what the connection is to London, really, other than Uncle came here one time as a clown when he ran away and joined the circus of Whitehall. But, you know, could be anything. Oh, there you go. The lady with the daffodil. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, Kirk, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sharon.
Hold hands.
I'm your fourth cousin.
Hey! Hey, cuz. Wow. So you're Scottish?
I am. That's
Wow.
confused you, being in London.
Yeah. So are you related on my mum's side or my dad's side?
Dad's side.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
The DNA detectives have studied both family histories, and Kirk and Sharon's relatives had links to the villages of Fife and Dysart in the 1600s. The amount of DNA they share confirms that their families are likely to connect around 300 to 400 years ago.
I'm a Dalrymple, that's my surname.
Dalrymple. And you got a couple of photos there?
That's my dad from the Dalrymple side.
Built like my dad, just around the jawline.
From the DNA testing, we know we're fourth cousins. That can sometimes be a generation out. So I thought, well, I'll go back. I'll go to 6th, 7th before that on that line, which is your dad's line and my dad's line. Back then, basically, the two main families were the Dalrymples and the Beatsons. Yeah, the Beatsons had castles and money in the family back then. I don't know what happened to it, but...
Well, none came my way.
No. And...
the Macduff Castle.
This one, Macduff Castle. This is where the Dalrymples are from. That is what's left of the actual Macduff Castle.
Who actually did fight Macbeth.
Yes.
It's amazing. I didn't do very well at school, and one of the things I do remember was our English teacher putting on Macbeth. And that's the only thing that I remember vividly from school. I grew up a little bit in my early 40s, I think it was. I wrote a play called Flintlock Musket, and the structure of it is Macbeth, but it's set in New Zealand. Yeah, everything's so close, hey?
Yeah.
Nothing's very far away. Yeah.
My youngest brother's an actor.
Is
I've got
he?
a cousin that's an actor. It kind of runs in the family. Will Starr, as it says, they're the daddy of them all in terms of accordionists. Something else from the family history. He was famous.
I don't know if I was made to play, but I remember learning in the primary school and could play it. But I was sick of lugging the blooming thing home from
Quite
school every
heavy.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother plays the accordion, and so do all his kids. Even the little one's got a little mini accordion. This one here's my grandmother, and that's her dad.
Oh.
They used to have a stage act, The Strong Man and Little Nell. And we're quite regularly on stage, and even during the war, they used to go round to entertain the troops.
Yeah.
And my gran used to have to pretend to be a boy because girls weren't allowed in the... I'm sure the creativity definitely runs in the family.
I had a general idea about the Scottish side, but you just want to know that a little bit more and puts personalities to stories and little bits of colour into this big tapestry, and you get to stand back and have a look and go, wow, it's fascinating, you know, that this time to there, to that, to there, to this.
Yeah, it's surprising how small the world is.
Yeah.
And how you never know who's walking behind you, could be your relative.
You know, we would have passed. I don't know, we may have even walked past each other at some stage and not known.
Yeah.
One of my favourite Shakespeare plays is Macbeth. It's something that's stuck in my mind to find out that there's an actual connection there, you know, like connection running through us both. It was fantastic.
Hello there, Kirk. Cousin Sharon's accent's a big hint about your next port of call. Head to the Scottish village of Dunbar, because another batch of your ancestors are at the very heart of battles and feats of bravery that are going to blow your socks off. Meanwhile, Nicole's about to find out she has a White House connection or two.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry if you're a Republican, but I'm so not.
A DNA match has brought actress Nicole Whippy to Los Angeles, and she may have found a famous relative or two on Hollywood Boulevard, but it's Nicole's fourth cousin, Jeanette, who knows how all of this fits together. And their families connect right back to the founding of America.
My oldest cousin, she has been doing the genealogy for 40 years. We were able to connect you to Massachusetts through genealogy, and then through the DNA, we knew for sure that we were and are cousins.
Yeah.
The families came from the same place, Plymouth. That's where the Mayflower was.
Okay, yep.
And you also have Mayflower relatives. Okay, someone who came over on the Mayflower.
Wow.
And so they were here for the first Thanksgiving.
Wow. Far out. So these are the documents here.
Your ancestors were John Howland and Elizabeth Tilley.
Thank you, wow. Oh, yes, here we go, John Howland. He fell out of the boat. Howland overboard.
Nicole, or shall I say, hi there, Pilgrim. Your Mayflower relation, John Howland, who's also the subject of a painting by a very acclaimed maritime painter. His lineage links you to an American president, Roosevelt. Not only him, Ford, Nixon, Bush Sr. and Jr.
Oh, dear.
I'm related to Bush.
I was going to say, I'm sorry if you're a Republican, but I'm so not. Wow, okay.
I don't tell too many people.
Oh, no, I can't tell my husband
But
that.
it was the Bushes from England.
Okay, good. So this is the famous painting. Howland fell overboard during a storm and was almost lost at sea. But luckily for his millions of descendants living today, he managed to grab hold of the topsail halyard. Thank you, sailor. Giving the crew enough time to rescue him with the boat hook. He survived it. He survived that.
The seas look quite unfriendly.
I imagine it was, terrifying. And then, lovely Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Tilley.
William Bradford, in the falling overboard incident, refers to Howland as a lusty young man. Bit of a catch, eh, Elizabeth? Yep. Wow.
John Howland was the great-great-great-grandfather of Nicole's Fijian relative, David Whippy. Their families were part of a Quaker community in the Massachusetts Bay Colonies, where the English pilgrims settled when they first arrived in America.
There's a document of 300 pages of your descendants.
Whoa. I really am related to half of America around here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, you are. You're American. So I'm coming out to Fiji and New Zealand.
Are you
I have
really?
been wanting to for so long.
I was going to say, have you been to Fiji?
I have a whole bunch of cousins there, I
You
hear.
do. It's amazing. You'll love Fiji. It's beautiful.
I'm sure I would. You have a rich heritage. You're from the line of
I know.
Mayflower.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And George Bush. Not that close though, right?
No, not that close. It was way back in England.
It was way back. Way back. She was fabulous. All these stories that make you who you are. She knows them all. And now I do, you know. The Whippy family comes from Nantucket, but I would have never thought that it went as far back as the first Pilgrims. It's quite overwhelming.
Now it's time to head to Australia. A very close relative's waiting. They want your help to link up a long-lost arm of the family. There'll be more on that once you arrive in Sydney. Actor Kirk Torrance is in Dunbar, Scotland. Now, the surname he bears is famous in these parts, but he's about to discover he's also a part of the renowned Dunbar clan. Hello, Kirk. Now, there's yet another legend in your past. You got connections to a very fearsome soldier. A woman, yes, called Black Agnes. So make your way to Dunbar Castle and keep an eye out for George. He may well give you the keys to the family castle.
Although it's just remnants now, it stood 5 stories high. It was never taken forcibly. If you are related to Black Agnes, in 1338, she defended this castle against the English. Her husband, Cospatrick, the Earl of Dunbar, was away fighting up in the north with the king. So the English had thought maybe when the woman is in the house, it would be easier taken, but no. She, in her own right, was very, very aristocratic. The lineage is there.
Right. Now, none of Black Agnes's children survive, but you do connect via the niece she raised as her very own. So that makes Agnes your 21st great-grand-aunt.
Are there any Dunbars left here?
Not many here. After the Battle of Dunbar in 1650, the battle was lost. There was 10,000 prisoners, and they were marched down to England. Eventually, they were transported, and there's a famous place in Massachusetts. If you go across there, they'll tell you more about the Clan Dunbar than what we can, because our history, they went away, and they went to the new lands, you know, Australia and latterly to Europe. Maybe that's where it came from, I don't know. But that's where it is. They got dispersed all over. It was so they didn't fight again.
Yeah.
A lot of rebellious people in Scotland, you know. So.
They didn't want them getting their wind up again.
Nah, well, that's right.
It's a wonderful thing to know. When you think that you have no connection to any sort of historical thing, or, you know, you're so far away from everything, and then you discover that 20 generations ago, you're that close to it. It doesn't take much to be connected to everything. It's a great reminder that, you know, no man is an island.
I'm sure you're dying to meet a real Dunbar, and we found a true clanswoman to tell you all. So prepare to travel to the Wild West, Tucson, Arizona, to be precise. Coming up, Kirk's Dunbar DNA links him to a relative whose kin got tied up with that gunfight at Tombstone, while Nicole finds a banished relative who's going to unlock a whole new family for her in Australia.
Oh my God, it's so awesome.
Actress Nicole Whippy found famous relatives in her distant past in America, but now she's in Sydney to meet people with much closer ties. A family rift had seen a branch of her family tree completely vanish, but the DNA detectives are about to change all of that. Hello, Nicole. Now head to the park near the Harbour Bridge and find this bench. There you're going to find a dossier on a relative of yours, a Mr. Henry Chamberlain Russell.
It's a script. Getting away with murder, the intriguing case of the diabolical assassin. One of the characters is Henry Chamberlain Russell, government astronomer, upper class, well-educated, well-spoken Australian. And here's the phone.
Henry is your great-great-granduncle. He was born in 1836.
Relative. Henry's my relative. Okay.
Head inside the observatory behind you. Your relative Gail is waiting there to tell you more about all that.
Okay. He's Australian. I had no idea that I was Australian. I'm cool with that. He's also a very highly respected astronomer from the 1800s. Hi.
Hi, Nicole. Come
Yes. Oh, thank you. He travelled to the International Astrophotographic Congress in Paris on behalf of the Australian government. This guy is the real deal. He's like, you want to be related to him. He's awesome.
Hello, Nicole.
Hello.
I'm Gail.
Gail,
Nice
yes.
to meet you.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm very well.
Good. Henry Chamberlain Russell.
Is our relative?
Yes. My great-grandfather was his younger brother. Their father came out here as a captain of a convict ship in 1826.
Oh, did he?
And decided to settle here.
But he was the captain of the ship.
He was
wasn't
the captain.
a convict
He was not a convict.
on the ship. We take note of that.
Yes. He then became a member of Parliament in New South Wales.
Wow.
His children all had successful careers, I suppose. Henry Chamberlain probably being the most famous of them all. He had a fascination for mathematics. He got a job here at the observatory when it opened in 1858, doing scientific calculations. In 1870, he was appointed the government astronomer, a position he remained in for 33 years. He died in 1907, the same year as Frank Russell died, my great-grandfather. He wrote many scientific papers and attended conferences all over the world. He started the weather maps in the newspaper here in Australia. He was the first to come up with that idea of publishing the weather maps in the newspaper.
Really? I'm fascinated by that. I think I would have liked to have met Henry Chamberlain Russell.
A very fascinating man. There was an attempt on his life around about 1890.
Why?
I don't know why. Somebody sent him a parcel bomb, but it didn't go off when he opened it.
But so, could you think of any reason why anyone would want to do that to him? I'd hardly think the government astronomer would be a threat to...
unless he'd upset some other scientists, perhaps.
Wow.
So that's, in a nutshell, Henry Chamberlain Russell.
He's a pretty prestigious man, isn't he, in Australian history? Turns out I have quite a few quite prestigious people in my family. Some of them I'm more proud of than others. Yeah, I can tell you about that later. I'm going to claim him.
Good.
He's a smart guy.
He was a very smart guy. Yeah, well, a lot of the instruments here at the observatory, Henry either invented or built or imported.
I'm really inspired by my ancestors. That's what I've discovered.
This was Henry Chamberlain Russell's office.
And knowing all this information, I'm really proud to come from that stock. It makes me feel like, you know, life is bigger. I have discovered that the devilish parcel contained and he spells it out, B-O-M-B, yes, a bomb. That one of his disgruntled staff, according to this play, left in his office. Please do not worry, I have disarmed the device and rendered it most harmless. Very smart man.
The police fingered the office boy, George Faithful, for planting the bomb, which was made from blasting powder packed into a ginger beer bottle. But the case didn't stick, so it remains unsolved to this very day. Now, Kirk's just learned that he does connect to the Dunbar clan, but what with wars, pestilence and plague, that means Dunbar descendants are very thin on the ground in Dunbar and Scotland. So the DNA detectives have discovered a relative for him to meet in Tucson, Arizona.
I'm going to meet someone with some sort of Scottish background in the middle of desert land America. I can't believe it. Wait, somebody in a hat. Hello.
Oh, hi. You
Hi.
Mr. Kirk.
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
Monica.
Nice to
Monica
meet you.
Dunbar-Smith. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Monica Dunbar-Smith. My name's Kirk Torrance.
And I understand that you're a Dunbar, too.
Well, I've only just discovered that.
You could almost be a little bit like a Maori.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I have a lot of Native American ancestry myself on my mother's side. The other side of my family, of course, is from Scotland. But I only found this out because my great-grandfather's brother was a census enumerator in 1880 in Tombstone.
Did they know Wyatt Earp?
They did. In fact, they sure did. In fact, I'll tell you a little story about that.
Yeah, tell me. Take a seat and tell
and
me
I have
about
some
my
pictures.
cousin Wyatt.
Your cousin Wyatt. Well, actually, they were on the other side. But it started out at the Dunbar Corral. And then they went across the way over toward the OK Corral. It was never at the OK Corral. The whole battle started at the Dunbar Corral. And that was my great-grandfather's corral. So that's how our family was connected into that scene at Tombstone. The rest is history, as they say.
Oh, you don't see that in the movies.
But to go a little bit for the Dunbar connection, besides the corral, there are quite a few other Dunbar families, you know.
The Dunbars sort of disbanded, didn't they? Once
They did. They dispersed throughout the world, actually.
Yeah.
So that's how you ended up. Your Dunbars ended up in New Zealand. Ours ended up in the Southwest, and people are just scattered far and wide. Yeah, almost 20 years now I've been involved with the Dunbar clan. We were the first Dunbars to come back to Dunbar because there were 0 Dunbars in Dunbar. We were honored like long lost family.
Yeah.
We actually had a parade with all of our tartans and our kilts and all of our Dunbar
your regalia.
paraphernalia, all of the regalia, our coat of
let's have a
arms.
look.
These are the colors.
Wow.
It's a very nice tartan for Christmas time. Red and green.
Well, that's fantastic.
So there it is. The Dunbars were a very, very powerful family. The Dunbars were not a clan initially, they were a royal family. One of the Dunbars...
So, wait, sorry, say that again.
They were a royal family.
just
They were
one
known
more
as
time.
a royal,
Say it again.
a royal family, and they were descendants from Crinan the Thane. The Thane means the king. Crinan the king was one of the first of this line of people that ended up becoming Dunbars. But one of the ancestors also of the Dunbars was Margaret, Saint Margaret, Queen of Scotland. She was a Dunbar, yes. So it's a very powerful family. We're distinctive.
Yeah, see, no mucking around with us.
No, we won't have that.
Yeah, no. Amazing, thank you. Here's a hug.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. There you go.
Hey?
Nice.
She had a great amount of knowledge that she wanted to share about the Dunbar family, which was fantastic. She was almost like, you know, those born-again Māori. She was like a born-again Dunbar. And she had all this stuff to want to convert me with. She didn't have to talk too hard because I was totally there. And she just seemed a very open-hearted and generous woman.
Kirk, it's been quite a ride following your father's dramatic DNA, but now you're heading back thousands of years thanks to your mother. Head to where the Lone Ranger was filmed and all will become clear. Kirk's DNA has tiny traces from his mother's ancient ancestors who were part of the B haplogroup. His mother's clan lived in Asia, but they had a bit of a taste for travel and the warmer climes of the Pacific seemed to appeal to some of them, so they headed out that way. While others put on their woolies, toughed it out, and went through Siberia and on to America, which is how modern-day Native Americans and Polynesians come to be distant relations. Coming up, Kirk is about to find an ancestral stomping ground in the middle of Navajo country, while Nicole learns the full story about a relative who was disowned by the family.
Oh my God.
These guys have been my mum and they've been searching for.
Yes.
I never thought that I'd end up in a desert. Never. This is an amazing place. This vista opens up towards you and you think, holy haka. Yeah, it does stir up a little bit of something in you.
Hello, Kirk. Now, if you're wondering why you're in Monument Valley, it's because ancient DNA connections link the Navajo to Polynesian cultures. So if you head west, you should bump into John. 93% of his DNA is East Asian and Native American, so he knows the songs of the past.
us Navajos, we came about this area around about 1500. We came from Asia, they say. Went across the Bering Strait into Alaska, Canada, here. Some even went further down south from here. They call us the nomadic people that never settled, always moving.
Polynesians moved about quite a lot too, you know, except that we did it in an ocean.
The body has given to you just for a little while. At one time when you were born, you step your bare foot on this ground, you made your mark there, and that's how this Mother Earth recognized.
The earth for us is called Papa Tūnuku, it's the female, and the sky is called Rangi Nui, and that's the father. In between, they lay so close together, the children they were in darkness the whole time. And then one of the sons, called Tane, pushed them apart and created light and made the world and stuff. Lots of similarities, eh? The interesting thing about meeting John, so he is someone who was born and bred desert. It's just seeing him so part of it. He's like this Tūturu desert guy. I'm Polynesian, and I feel like I'm this Tūturu ocean guy. And the passion is the same. Valuable thing to Māori was a stone called pounamu. So this is a piece of pounamu. We got a piece of pounamu for you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's quite important to us. So it's from the South Island of New Zealand.
Wow. This is awesome. Thank you.
We do this thing called, it's called a hungi.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
You want to try that? Want to try a hungi, bro?
Okay.
And come in, forehead, nose, touch. Yeah. So we shared breath.
Oh, I see,
So we're
I see.
connected.
I never done this before.
So you're a hongi virgin.
Okay.
I just deflowered your hongi, bro.
And you're the opposite of mine.
Yeah, I'm a hongi slut.
Yeah, cool. Right on.
Cheers, let's go get a coffee. Everybody wants to know where we come from and who we're related to and how. Everyone's interested in their whakapapa. But to know it thousands of years ago, back to the Navajo stuff, finding that you're related to this magical place, that's the fascinating stuff. If you can travel back in time with this DNA technology, you know, it's a fascinating trip. It's pretty special.
The DNA detectives have found a whole branch of Nicole Whippy's family in Australia. A family rift had seen them fall off the family tree, but all that's about to change.
Hello, good morning. Look, follow this map, and you'll find a man named Trevor Watson waiting for you. He wants you to help him heal a rift created when your great-grandmother was publicly outcast from New Caledonia, just for following her heart.
This must have something to do with my great-grandmother, Melanie Soulard. She had an affair with my great-grandfather, Eugene Janae, and they had to flee to Fiji. My mum and her sisters have been back to New Caledonia, tried to make contact with the Soulard family, but they've never really had any luck. Hi. I am. I'm really nervous.
Hi, Nicole. I'm Trevor Watson.
Hi, Trevor Watson.
Cousins Helen and Louise.
Hi, Helen. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we are DNA related.
Yay.
Great.
Fantastic.
Let's
Should
go.
we go in?
Yeah.
Nicole's great-grandmother, Melanie Soulard, was married to a man named Harry Watson, and Trevor and his family are descended from their children, while Nicole is descended from Melanie and Eugene Janae's children.
So that's Harry Watson as a younger man.
Oh, yeah. They had 3 children in New Caledonia. Before Melanie and Eugene eloped, there was a 20-year age difference between Harry and Melanie.
And maybe Melanie wanted a bit more of a life than what he was able to give her.
I thought
so it works
maybe,
out
yeah.
that your mother and myself would be on the same plane, granddaughters of
Melanie.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
You're all the same cousins.
Yeah.
Yes.
My mum went back to New Caledonia with her sisters because they're trying to find out more about Melanie and her family. They've had a lot of trouble And they just have come up against walls.
Walls, yes.
Yeah.
Melanie was ostracised by the families. They didn't want to know anything
That's
about
what
it.
I've heard.
No,
yeah.
That was a disgrace that she brought on a family. Here we have Harry and Melanie.
Wow. I think this is the first photo I've ever seen of her. So she is my
Great-grandmother. Yes.
Oh my God. That's so awesome. Why have I never seen photos of her?
Melanie would have been the Catholic.
Yes.
Where divorce really would have been a no-no. It's Melanie as a younger.
Oh.
Wow. That is incredible. I've never seen Mel.
My mother wouldn't talk about this at all, because as far as my mother was concerned, she left the family.
William, Harry and Emma.
And Emma.
Emma's my mother.
And Emma's your mum.
Yeah.
So my nan sitting the little girl.
They were the 3 children that she left behind. We wonder how our mother could leave.
I know.
Sure.
I know.
But-
It being a mum.
Yeah.
I know
Yes.
that.
Yeah, well.
Oh, wow. These are amazing. Oh, sorry. Quite emotional. Just seeing her. And I feel really sorry for her. It was always such a romantic idea in my head that she'd fallen in love with someone else. I didn't even consider that she'd left 3 kids.
No,
That you would.
Yeah.
When I said, oh, wouldn't it be lovely to go to New Caledonia? My mother said to me, oh, Helen, look, I'd leave just well alone. She didn't want me to be hurt by the Soulards in case they didn't accept me. But I've been to New Caledonia and they were very welcoming with me and they contact me still. And
this is what these guys have been, my mum and that have been searching for.
Very exciting for us as well because
we didn't know anything
about the New Zealand, Fijian side
All
at
we knew
all.
was Melanie went to Fiji or Tahiti and not a great deal was known.
Oh, that's so amazing.
It's a jigsaw, it makes it exciting.
Never-
So you're on Melanie's side, Stephen Timmins was a convict.
I knew it.
So these are all Australian people that you're all DNA related to.
I know.
I mean, this whole DNA thing, you know, that this is how we've connected up. This is the science of it. It's just like a key that's opened a door. I just feel like the whole world's about to open up for a lot of people, not just me. The last conversation I've just had with my cousin, Louise, who actually is my cousin, which is so cool, was that one of the Soulards in New Caledonia went to Suva, Fiji, just recently, trying to track down us. So that's pretty cool. I know that for my mother's family, it's a pretty big thing. I wish I could meet Melanie Soulard and ask her what happened. She was a real survivor. That's what's come out of this. But it's kind of like in our blood. What comes across with my ancestors is how brave and courageous they were. They weren't afraid of the world. They just did it all in a time where that wasn't easy. So obviously John Howland came on the Mayflower, one of the reasons why I'm related to half of America. Henry Chamberlain Russell, a esteemed astronomer. I'm really proud of them. And just being able to pass on those stories now to my daughters. I mean, they live on.
Following marker connections can lead us to surprising places and family long lost to us. The DNA detectives is proving that we all have a cocktail coursing through our veins, and yet it's just a matter of deconstructing the recipe. So why don't you join us to see who's going to be curious enough to take the test next week? The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Foodie Ray McVinney and journalist Jack Tame are about to find out that they both have colourful ancestors who preferred exotic climes.
Of course, the burning question is, how are we related?
You look a little shell-shocked, Jack.
It's cool.
Adventurous globetrotter and foreign correspondent Jack Tame has submitted to DNA testing in a bid to discover what runs in his blood. Now, Jack's cool, calm and collected when he's covering the breaking news, but how would he report on his own family's story? Let's see what he has to say for himself.
I've always been interested in my family history, and I love travelling and experiencing new places. I think too, being a first-generation New Zealander, having my dad being born in the UK and my mum coming from Australia, it makes me kind of inquisitive about my roots a little bit, but I've always kind of thought my DNA background at the very least was just a bit boring. Everything from what I know about my background would suggest that it'll be pretty vanilla. My grandma is the single best travelled person I've ever met. She's 87 and she's heading to Iran this year. As you do. For me, I think that's where the travel bug comes from. For the last 10 years or so, ever since pretty much I got out of high school, I've spent almost every spare dollar on travelling because I love it.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Richard. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome to the DNA depot. Take a seat, not mine. And you come from a family of academics?
Yeah. We have computer science in the blood. In fact, my grandma was like a pioneering female computer scientist in Australia. My granddad was a Rhodes Scholar on that side as well, a mathematician. And then I kind of let down the team.
Did you?
Well, yeah, I don't do quite as much Sudoku.
You've got a passion for travel.
Yeah.
Apparently, and you've been all over the world. When did that all begin, the interest in that?
Well, I think from a very young age. My mum's side of the family were big travellers. My dad immigrated to New Zealand from Britain with my grandparents. They came here on an Italian liner in the 1960s. So I think from both sides of the family, there's a little bit of an intrepid bloodline, perhaps, where people like exploring, like looking around the next corner.
Well, your DNA results are in. Let's take a look at that, shall we? OK, Jack, you're well versed with your European heritage. But there's, a few surprises hidden in your distant past. The lighter blue there indicates some Scandinavian heritage, and there is even a hint of purple there, which means you've got an ancestor from Africa. So, if we're going to stick with the ice cream metaphor, you're more Neapolitan than vanilla. There's going to be more revelations of DNA with exotic origins shortly. And the lab have found also 892 DNA matches, so you have to prepare yourself to meet some of those relatives rather soon. Now, I'm going to give you this, which I want you to keep on your person.
Okay.
I shall be contacting you through that while you're on your travels.
Okay, great.
And, well, that's it, really.
Fantastic.
All I can say is farewell.
Thank you so much.
Au revoir. Bon voyage.
Okay.
Safe travels.
Thank you very much. See you soon, Richard.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Jack's about to discover he's got a touch of spice in his ancestry. It seems that globetrotting is something his grandcestors had a little bit of a taste for as well. Woohoo!
Would you like to know how we know this?
Well, our DNA has patterns in it that are decided by who our ancestors were, where they lived, even what they ate or even drank. And testing saliva reveals these patterns, and when people have segments that match, we know they're related. Using DNA databases, we can find living relatives and ancient ancestors from all around the world. Now, paper records are very easily lost, destroyed, or corrupted. So using this technology allows the DNA detectives to join up all the dots, making the kinds of connections that wouldn't have been remotely possible in the past.
I call New York home. I call New Zealand home as well. I call both places home. But I remember the first time I came to New York, I was intoxicated. I remember writing in my travel journal, I want to live here, I've got to live here. I reckon if there's one place on earth where you've got people from every corner of earth, it isn't Paris, it isn't London, it isn't Rome, those are great cities, but it's New York. New York City is the most diverse place on earth, and that's what was so exciting about it. It's just a bit of a change from Christchurch.
Jack is about to go on a treasure hunt. It's going to lead him to a genetic relative called Kelly, who's a bit of a DNA super sleuth herself.
Jack, I hope you like puzzles. Head to the station with the right track and find a haven to visit. More to come. A haven. I reckon we might be going to Connecticut. It's only a hunch. It's only a hunch.
Well, that's a good hunch, Jack. So I say get yourself on the train. All aboard.
Woo-woo!
We've been studying your bloodlines and found a painter called Robert Bernard. Robert was your third great-grandfather. And before leaving England for South Australia, he painted this masterwork in 1833. It was attributed to others until about 10 years ago when a restorer from the Yale Centre of British Art discovered Robert's signature on it. So you're off to New Haven to see it. There's a dossier on his life coming your way. So, bedtime reading for you.
Right, so you know Murphy and his law? Yeah, well, funny thing that, you come halfway around the world to Yale University to a very specific art gallery to see a very specific painting, and what do you know? The gallery's closed for renovations. 18 months I've got to wait. But we'll see what else we can find out. Hello.
Hi.
I'm sorry to bother. This is a bit weird. I've just found out today a relative of mine, a guy named Robert Bernard, has a painting here. Do you know anything about a painting by a guy called Robert Bernard?
Yes, I do.
What?
Would you like to see it?
Yeah, yes, please.
Sure. That's it.
Oh, that's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to get one of these for Granny. She's
Please
going to
do.
be so excited. Do you know anything about it?
This is a very large painting in the permanent collection.
Yeah.
It's a focal point of museum visitors.
How big is it? I take it it's a little larger than this.
Yeah, just a little bit. It would take up most of that wall.
Wow, it's enormous.
Yes, it's a very famous, very prominent, proud part of our collection.
That's so thrilling. What's it like in real life?
The colors are a lot more vibrant. The composition is a lot more beautiful in person.
Yeah. Well,
Don't
thank
worry,
you.
you'll see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to have to make some return visits, I think.
Yeah, you'll love it.
You know the extraordinary thing, though?
Hmm.
You know what he did after he painted this? He gave it up. He moved to South Australia. He became a house painter.
So sad. Do you own a house that was painted by him? Does your
I
family?
don't. That would be very nice. It would be very nice if I owned anything painted by him. How much would this be worth? This would be like hundreds of millions, do you think?
I couldn't say. I'm not qualified.
Billions.
Billions.
Honestly, anyone who's seen my homemade Christmas cards knows that apparently, although we share some DNA, we don't share the same steady hand. We don't share the same artistic talents.
Now, what does your family think about this? Are they excited?
They don't know.
You haven't told them?
No, I haven't told them. It's.
You can tell your mom.
Well, I will, but they're all fast asleep. I've known this for about 2 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jack's third great-grandfather, Robert Bernard, may never have set foot in America, but his masterpiece means that the Bernard name now lives on in New Haven.
I was so excited to tell my family about the painting. I bought 14 postcards for more than 10 years now. Whenever I've travelled anywhere, I've sent postcards off to my mum and my grandma and a couple of mates. And then I got an email back from my grandma saying, oh yeah, Robert Bernard, yeah, he was a painter. I said, what? Granny, why didn't you tell me this before? And she said, I just thought no one was interested. It's a lesson, isn't it? Go to your grandma, because you never know. Okay, this is weird. I've had a text from a random number from someone called Kelly, who says a relative of mine used to work in this very building. His name was Harry. Kelly says Harry ran a successful hatting business, specialising in Panama and Stetson hats. So it's obvious fashion is a bit of a family trait. Anyway, Kelly says she'll have more information about...
Jack. The next relative in your DNA chain is an expert at using DNA to piece together genealogical puzzles. Now, Kelly calls the west coast of America her home. But she wants you to join her on a DNA field trip, so you're going to meet her in York. And that means you've got a flight to catch. So, while Jack packs his bags for England, our next victim, celebrity chef Ray McVinney, is about to discover what his test results uncover, including his connection to rock and roll royalty.
You got in some good genes, didn't you?
Our DNA is like a recipe. which combines ingredients from hundreds of our ancestors. But after only 3 or 4 generations, we often have no idea what really is in that mix. So what is coursing through the veins of foodie Ray McVinney? Ray's very proud of his Italian lineage, but his DNA results show that his is a much richer recipe. So let's see what Ray imagines his history might be, shall we?
I don't know, maybe it's this Italian blood that I think I've got. That whole thing about family is, you know, you'd kill for them, you really would. You know, it's just the best thing I've ever done, having children with someone I love. Look, I've written books, I've got a degree, done all sorts of stuff, but the best thing I ever was involved in was having 2 kids. The other thing that I notice about my kids, especially when you see other members of your family in them, you know, sometimes I do a double take because my daughter sounds like my sister. When I did go back to the ancestral village 10 years ago now, they started showing me pictures, and I remember Anna, the old lady, saying, "And this is my father." And I looked at it and thought, oh, for God's sake, that's my father. It looks exactly like him.
Ray, welcome to the incident room.
How are you, Richard?
Good to see you.
Good.
Sit down. We're going to reveal your future and your past and all those kinds of things and surprise the hell out of you.
Spooky.
Now, Italian cooking, is that a special love of yours? Is there any reason for that?
It turns out that my grandmother's family, or some of them, came from there. And in 2000, I was in the international jury for the Slow Food Award, and they shipped us all off to Italy. Okay. Well, it just so happened that the village is actually near where I was going to be, so we went there. Moved to tears. I've ended up with a great attachment to Italy.
Well, we've got in our possession a map which shows all your DNA markers around the world. Are you ready to watch that?
Absolutely.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Ray, there's no surprise. You have a large helping of European DNA with an entree of Italian. Now, you can't help but spot the African elements there.
Well, yes.
Some people think that that relates to human migration out of Africa, but that's not the case. You've got ancestors from both sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. And there's also a small percentage of Ashkenazi Jewish DNA. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, it does, actually. You know how you have family stories? One of the family stories is that we had some Portuguese Sephardi Jews who were kicked out of Portugal in the, I don't know, when, 18th century or something. And I don't quite know where they went. Yeah, it's funny, I've got Jewish friends who look at me sometimes and say, yeah, you look Sephardi.
Okay.
So, whatever that means.
So, where do you think you might be headed on this journey? Do you think Italy?
I hope it's Italy. Italy would be good.
You'd like to go to Italy?
Oh, look, I would imagine that village is where we would go. I've only been there once and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, Ray, there's still a couple of surprises to come. We put your results into a DNA database, which has given us 923 genetic matches for you. We have relatives who are waiting to meet you, and we'll be in touch.
Good advice.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Ray. Well, Ray may well imagine that he's going to be eating pasta in some small Italian village, but there's a tropical island halfway around the world where relatives are already preparing for his arrival.
Tracking down your DNA, I mean, the whole science is absolutely fascinating. That they can actually do it. I mean, they can tell how much Neanderthal, I mean, you could probably tell by looking at me, but how much Neanderthal I've got in me, which group I was, you know, my ancestors were with when everybody left Africa. I find it absolutely fascinating.
DNA detectives use genetic testing to locate relatives who can be second cousins or relations who share an ancestor of over 300 years back. So we're sure to find people who have fallen off the family tree as well.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. What the hell am I doing in Tulsa, Oklahoma? I can't think of one connection, no family stories, nothing that takes me to America, but I can't wait to find out.
Based on their DNA results, Daniel probably shares a great-great-great-grandancestor with Ray, but there's no question the DNA matches up.
This would probably be the most random thing I've ever done. I can't wait to meet these people. I feel really nervous, sort of scarily nervous. I wonder if they're going to look like me.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. It's so good to see you.
How are you, sir?
We're family, distant, very, very distant family.
But we're family.
But we're family,
Yeah, I
yes.
know.
Meet the Presleys. Yep, Elvis is Daniel and cousin Sherry's fifth cousin, so the king is now Ray's kin.
When we were young, everybody always teased us because of our last name, and they wanted to know if there was an Elvis connection, and we really didn't know until Dan did the research.
So you have a definite connection then to Elvis.
How fantastic.
The great-grandparents Daniel shares with Elvis were originally named Presler. They Americanized it to Presley when they came over from Germany in 1710. But Elvis isn't the only new relatives. There's a passel of Presleys. Daniel's Aunt Doris is here to give Ray the guided tour.
And these are Presleys.
This is the Presley clan here.
Yeah, this is my grandfather. That's Marvel Presley.
Oh, Presley, yeah.
This is my dad, William Herbert
Right.
Presley.
So I'm related to these people too?
Yes, you are.
I am. Because this woman just looks a little bit like some of the women in my family. She looks like my
Seriously?
sister's child. You know, it's very, very interesting. Well, the king, I like that a lot. Never heard of a Presley connection, not even a name that sounded similar. And the whole thing about it is that it's a fact. The DNA proves it. I'm so pleased about this.
You got in some good genes,
Yeah,
didn't you?
exactly.
Ray's about to discover another DNA relative who made history, while Jack uncovers a spicy twist in his DNA recipe.
You look a little shell-shocked.
It's cool.
Now, we here at the DNA Detective scour the world to match people with their genetic relations. And we've sent broadcaster Jack Tame to York in England to meet an American DNA relative who's busy doing some detective work of her own.
Ah, Jack. Now, there's a chance you might recognize Kelly, but just in case, head to the park by the River Ouse. And just like Lily Marlene, she'll be underneath the lamppost.
Right, the lamppost. So I've come from New York City to Yorkshire. And it's a bit weird. I always knew I had English blood. To be honest, I kind of always thought I had nothing but English blood, peasant English blood. But I've been told to come here to York to meet an American. And you must be Kelly?
I am.
I'm Jack.
How
are you? Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So we're related.
Yes, we are.
You got blue eyes.
I am.
This is it.
Dark,
You see? How's that?
bushy
Yeah?
eyebrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that brow game.
Yeah,
got a strong brow game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to meet you. We've got a lot to catch up
you.
on.
Yeah, we do.
So we are related by DNA. I hope you know more about it than I do.
I certainly do. I've been looking into it for quite a while, trying to find out the exact connection.
Are we cousins? Or
Well, in order to share DNA, we're probably in the line of between 4th and 8th cousins.
I have no concept of what that even means.
Your first cousins share the same grandparents. Your second cousins share the same great-grandparents. Third,
Great,
and so on.
It's a wee way back.
Yeah, about 1700s, probably.
DNA can prove a connection, but it doesn't always confirm which generation the connection happens in. Jack and Kelly are likely to be linked by a common ancestor in England, but Kelly's still scouring the family tree. However, she has found another secret in Jack's DNA, and this one has a name attached to it.
This is your DNA.
Okay.
This is showing all of the chromosomes 1 through 22, and the 23 is your X and Y. You
Right.
get X from mom and Y from dad.
From Dad, yeah.
And then they're color-coded here, and most of it's all blue, which is Northern European. Do you see anything else?
South Asian.
Yes.
Wow.
Did you know about that?
No, I didn't.
Those are quite large blobs, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. What does that mean?
In this case, you have Indian ancestry from India.
Really?
Yes. It's actually a relative that we found in your tree.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Please, fill me in.
Okay, well, you have a surname Burt in your tree.
Okay.
And Adam Burt, who was born in 1755,
Yeah.
he was born in Cleash, Kincroshire in Scotland.
Right.
Okay, and he was a surgeon.
Okay.
and he went to India.
Wow.
So the surgeon, he married a native Indian woman. One of their offspring was George, who is your ancestor.
Yeah.
And then he immigrated to Australia, the son.
That's so cool. Well, there's this like kind of rumor in the family about a little bit of Indian blood and, you know.
And you go, oh,
Like, yeah.
I mean, the DNA nails it. And you have a perfect paper trail back to it.
Yeah. No wonder I love cricket so much. That's amazing.
You look a little shell-shocked.
It's cool. History turns on the smallest margins, the tiniest margins, the sheer mathematics behind existing is bewildering. Yeah, the decision by a surgeon in Scotland to move across the world to Bengal, to settle in Calcutta, is the reason I exist. That's pretty spooky. What if he waited a year? What if he'd, chosen to go to another colony instead? It's amazing.
Well, Ray's been getting to know the Presley family. They're the DNA relatives that connect him to the king of rock and roll, Elvis. But that's not his only connection to someone who helped to make history.
That's in Alabama.
So y'all from Alabama? Y'all from Alabama? Yeah.
So are you familiar with the slavery and stuff that we had in the United States?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar that, it happened.
Okay, so the segregation and stuff took place in Alabama, which is where our families are from. And we had a cousin who was appointed to be a federal judge.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the one that desegregated all of the South.
Yeah.
Frank Thomas is his name, and just an incredible man. So the case of Rosa Parks.
Yeah, famous, yeah.
He was the one that struck that down.
Is she the one on the bus?
On the bus.
Wow. Oh, that's incredible.
Ku Klux Klan put a flaming cross on his lawn and threats being made, but he stuck to his guns and made the rulings that really helped change America.
Wow. Good man. So what is it about us humans that makes this stuff just so deeply fascinating? I mean, is there some chemistry going on here?
Roots.
Yeah. God, now I feel really, emotional. But yeah, I have this instance of like trust for you guys because you're my family. That's what it is, isn't it?
It is. It's family.
Yeah.
It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, seriously, all the way across the world.
I mean, really, come on. Yeah, it is so strange.
It is.
But I like it. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, welcome.
What lovely, lovely people. They took such good care of me and spent so much time. I have to say, I'm pretty proud to be part of their family, or our family. I was looking at those old photographs and I was damn sure I could see a resemblance between my daughter and one of the women in one of the really old photos. It's really making me think about, who you are, what you are, where you came from.
Hello, Ray. 1,000 apologies for tearing you away from Tulsa, but we have another set of family for you to meet and another flight for you to catch. I'm not going to tell you too much, but you could be on island time soon. Good luck.
Island time? What the hell does that mean?
Well, Ray, remember that 2.2% of African markers the lab found in your DNA? Bit of a shock? That's the previously hidden trace of an ancestor from 200 to 300 years ago. But of course, on paper, ethnicity isn't so obvious. And as generations pass, physical traits combine, just like sugar, cream or lemon in a cuppa. The blend that makes us who we are is a mystery until DNA tests come along and stir things up. Next, Jack will find himself behind bars while Ray's about to discover that he has relatives on an island in the sun.
And you talk like Jamaicans.
We are Jamaicans.
Now, Jack has just met his genetic relative, Kelly, who's a whiz at decoding DNA and tracing ancestry. She's revealed his intriguing Indian roots. His fifth great-grandfather was a Scottish surgeon born in 1755 who moved to India.
Told my grandma, we are definitely Indian. She said, oh, it's good to have it confirmed. Grandma spent quite a bit of time in India. She went through the Silk Road last year. She was, oh, maybe last year was the trip up to Tanzania and Timbuktu. It's hard to keep up, honestly. The postcards I send Granny are nothing compared to the postcards Granny sends me.
Jack, attention please, Jack. Look, it's time to go underground now.
Now, the DNA detectives love reuniting family, so Jack is joining Kelly on an ancestry quest of her own.
So, why are we here?
I'm in search of my 5th great-grandfather.
Your great-great-great-great-grandfather?
Yes.
Right. And he was in the York Castle prison?
He was, along with his brother.
For what?
Highway robbery.
Highway robbery?
Yes.
That's very 1700s, isn't it?
Yes. And the amount they stole was equivalent to about $100 American dollars.
Right. So they were very reasonably sentenced to...
Death.
From there, they ended up in America, a punishment even worse.
Well, they had a choice.
Yeah.
They could die.
Bad option.
Yeah. Or they could be reprieved, sent on a ship to America.
Right.
And then sold pretty much as slaves for 16 years indenture.
Wow. Well, it doesn't look like they would have had the most comfortable existence while they were still here, does it?
Don't like this bed, do you?
Yeah, you can't get that at IKEA.
No.
Wow.
And it's wonderful to be able to come here and think that my ancestors were here. I mean, if you look at a typical family tree with all those names and dates in it,
yeah.
What difference does that make? You don't really connect to it. But if you go to the places and you start to learn about the lives of the people, yeah, that's what really matters.
So if you're stuck in the 1770s here, I can see you going back another couple of hundred years and further and further and further.
Well, I have done that. There's different kinds of DNA, but the DNA can clinch a connection. I've written a beginner's guide to genetic genealogy, which is online for free for people. A lot of the experts put it into terms that aren't accessible.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to be something that you could follow step by step and really get it. The stories take you everywhere. So you end up here in England, but before that, where were they? Were they Vikings? Were they Saxons? Were they Roman soldiers? Were they prisoners? You can tell that from the wide DNA.
Jack, we found the location where Kelly's ancestors committed their dirty deeds. Head to Castleton, follow the map, find the scene of the crime.
So, this is the place where the scoundrels in your family committed their crime.
Yes, somewhere along this track, Francis and Thomas committed highway robbery.
How is it then for you to come to a place like this and thinking that 250 years ago, a defining moment in your family history happened?
It's emotional and sobering at the same time because, like you said, it all turns on a dime. You know, go back 400 years, you have 100,000 ancestors.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And they all had stories, and they're all people with lives, like our lives.
Yeah.
And we don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
So just to catch a hold of a few threads starts to build a fabric that really enriches your life or anybody else who chooses to follow it.
She'll tell you what, she can tell a story, Kelly can. It's extraordinary how much work she's put in, how passionate she is about it. But she's clearly got a passion for history, and you can see why. It's amazing. I think like a lot of people, I actually didn't know much about my family. I mean, I know about my immediate family, but just a generation or two further back, I really didn't know much. I love diversity. It's why I love living in New York. And it's so exciting to have something that's a little more exotic than Birmingham. No, nothing against Birmingham, but it's a rush to think, wow, some of my ancestors have had incredible adventures, and actually those adventures are in me. They shape me.
All right, Jack, you've got another DNA relative back in the United States who's also deep into tracing ancestry. He's even written a software program to help with the cause. Head towards the mountains of West Virginia and follow this map.
Hurricane. I have relatives in Hurricane, West Virginia, America. I don't know what to expect. Gonna fuel up with some superfoods though, eh? body's a temple.
We here at the DNA Detectors have been combing over the results of celebrity chef Ray McVinnie's DNA testing, and the team have a hunch that Ray's African and Jewish DNA markers have their common roots in, of all places, Jamaica.
I have heard about the Jamaican connection before. It's an old family story that comes up now and again, but we've never dug too deep into it. And I've certainly never met any of the Rellies. Hopefully that's about to change.
Yes, everyone, good morning. Welcome home to Jamaica, welcome.
Hello, Ray. Your father's family had links to Jamaica 4 generations ago, so it's a very good place to start looking for some answers. 2 names keep popping up, McLean and Kentish. You're going to meet Diana, Susie, and Ingrid. They also have Kentish and McLeans in their past, and they're very, very keen to help you solve this puzzle.
Ray. I'm Diana.
Diana.
And I'm Susie.
Susie.
Nice
How
to
are
meet you. Hi, I'm Ingrid.
Ingrid.
Welcome to Jamaica. Yeah.
It's so good. So we're cousins.
Yeah. We're cousins. Very, very distant. I would say.
Distant, but hey, you know, yeah. And you talk like Jamaicans.
We are Jamaicans. Been here a long time. Yeah.
So, there was a McLean back in the 18th century in Kingston. I don't think he was born here, and I think the dirty dog skipped off and left the children and the wife.
It is very Jamaican.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know it was David? Did you know his
No.
first name? So I think it was David McLean. He was married to a woman called Kentish.
Kentish, I know this name. Yeah,
Kentish?
definitely. Yeah.
And then one of those McLeans married a Robinson.
Right.
And we are descended from the Robinsons.
Right. Okay. I hope I'm not being, you know, annoying, but have you noticed how I keep looking into your eyes all the time? I'm trying to look at you, and yeah, it's most interesting. You can look at me if you want to.
Yeah, we are looking at you. We are looking at you.
Could be a little unsettling. Yeah. So we'll check the family tree at their house, but we're pretty sure we share a 3rd great-grandfather, David McLean. Now, I wonder if that's the part of the family the cooking comes from.
We're making ackee and saltfish, which is our national dish.
If I'd known, I would have brought my knives.
I see expertise.
Being in the kitchen, I really enjoyed it. And you can see that those 3 women have worked together just non-stop.
Everything that we cook in Jamaica, we use thyme as one of the main seasonings, and Scotch bonnet pepper.
Right,
which is,
of course, this one.
Right. Really hot, but very nice flavors. And tomato.
So you say tomato and we say tomato.
We say tomato. We say tomato. Yeah.
Let's call the whole thing off. Susie ran it because she's the cook, but she's not a complete domineering cook, unlike me, of course.
Don't make them splash, though.
And how long will you cook that?
Until they're cooked.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Let's get into it.
Good?
This is knockout. It's quite rich, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it's really, really good.
Great job, guys.
Now that Ray's learned a new family dish, it's time to uncover a few more ingredients in his genetic recipe.
So this is the family tree that we know about of Anne McLean, who married a Thomas Gray.
Right.
And Anne is the 7th child of David McLean. You say
And
McLean?
this Marianne Kentish woman.
Because this is where I stop. I don't know anything about David McLean or Kentish.
Well, the only other thing I know further back is about the Portuguese, the Sephardi Jews.
Oh, really?
Daguilas or something like that, who...
Dagulars.
Dagulars?
Yeah, Dagulars.
Does that mean something to you?
Yes, there are lots of Dagulars in Jamaica.
You're related to them?
Not until this moment. You said so.
Oh,
We sincerely
now
hope
you know
we're
you
not
are.
related.
No, you're telling me something I didn't know.
Right.
Hello, Ray. We've done some research, and the great-great-great-grandfather you all share, David McLean, was in fact born a black slave.
Wow.
Slave?
Wow.
Yeah.
So this guy was a slave.
You see, I had it the other way around.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
That's amazing.
We found out that David McLean was a slave. I think they quite liked it. Susie at once said, well, you know, that's where my hair came from, because she had the really curly hair.
Great. We had no idea about that. No idea.
It's a big revelation, and it's going to take some time to get my head around what it all really means. But what I know for sure is that it's been great meeting my new family. Do I think I'll see them again? I bloody hope so. I really like them. I want them to come to, you know, my place. I want to cook for them.
Ah, Ray, good to talk to you again. Look, we've been on the case of the colourful David McLean, so make your way to the Royal Jamaican Yacht Club, where Arthur, another of your island cousins, waiting for you. Now, he's got news of how the African side of your family found its way to New Zealand. And there are even some aristocratic connections. Woohoo!
While Jack's off to discover a relative straight out of a James Bond film, Ray's poised to find out how his African and Jewish roots come together.
Of course, the burning question is, how are we related?
Ray's quest to piece together how his third great-grandfather, African slave David McLean, connects to New Zealand has brought him to Port Royal, home of the Royal Jamaica Yacht Club. He's meeting his relative Arthur, who's done a bit of sleuthing himself and put together the missing pieces in this DNA puzzle.
Hey, Arthur, it's extremely good to meet you. And, of course, the burning question is, how are we related?
I think it's your third great-grandfather, William Kentish McLean. That's the brother of my fourth great-grandmother. William Kentish McLean migrated to New Zealand.
I wondered how we got the New Zealand thing going on.
William Kentish McLean. He is the son of David McLean.
Right. And Arthur, what can you tell me about David McLean? He was a slave, wasn't he?
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
But he was freed by his father, Hananel, and his mother, you know...
because Hananel had those children with the slave?
Yeah, three children. He freed them all, and her as well. Yeah. David McLean, he is the grandson of the first Baron d'Aguilar.
Really? Wow.
So there we have it. Baron d'Aguilar, the Sephardic Jewish grandfather to the Black David McLean, accounts for Ray's Ashkenazi Jewish markers. Yet another DNA detective's victory.
Many Jamaicans cannot trace their ancestry to before the English occupation. After they were conquered, only the Portuguese Jews were allowed to stay. There's an ancient Jewish burial ground here, and they go back to the early 1600s. The first Baron d'Aguilar, I believe, would be buried there.
Right, okay. It was completely surprising that the Jewish aspect went to Jamaica. I thought those two things were completely separate. But, you know, it's all just part of one big bit of weaving, really, isn't it? I learned so much from Arthur. Jews came here fleeing the Inquisition and anti-Semitism in Europe. Apparently, Port Royal was a haven. It doesn't sound like one. The floor of the synagogue was covered with a layer of white sand, which is how the Jews muffled the sounds of worship in case they were discovered and denounced to the Inquisition. So I'm having a look here to see if I can see anything. You know, David McLean, the slave, was a d'Aguilar. That's the Jewish connection, of course. I can't see anything. Maybe they're here and they're not under the name that I expected. Maybe they're here. Yeah, I mean, you feel very sort of connected with the past, which is what this is all about.
Jamaica is still keeping some secrets. Ray may not have found the final resting place of his Jewish and black slave ancestors, but his Jamaican journey's uncovered new relatives that have deepened his understanding of his family's history.
Look, I like doing crossword puzzles. I like to see things fit together, and what I like about this genealogy thing, you know, it's fitting all the parts together. Is that something to do with why I like cooking and being a chef? You're sort of making order out of chaos, which is kind of what all this is about, really. One thing I do think is that my kids, they're going to really, really love the idea that they have Jamaican relatives. And I bet they want to come here and meet them at some stage. I hope they do.
Meanwhile, back in America, Jack's exploring Hurricane, West Virginia, population 6,000. And one of them is his genetic relative.
Yo, Rich, what's the search?
Hello, Jack. It's time for you to meet James, Another DNA relative with a very unusual occupation. Find the local park and he'll find you.
This is very unusual. What are you doing? Oh, just meeting a stranger in a park. Don't worry about that. Hi.
Hi there.
You must be James.
Yes.
I'm Jack. I hope
to
this
meet you.
is, you too. I hope this is as weird for you as it is for me.
Yes.
We're family, though, I take
Yes,
it.
we're genetically related.
That's incredible.
We probably share a set of like second or third great grandparents.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And what's really amazing is how this small-town man makes his living.
So, tell me about what you do for a job.
Well, I've done a lot of security work where companies would hire me to break into their systems or even their buildings to test out their security.
Very Mission Impossible. And so what, you just have to hack in or actually physically break in sometimes as well?
Both. It depends on the contract. Sometimes they'd want me just to hack in, like the company would have like a new website and they'd want to see if I could get the product that's being sold for free. And 30 minutes later, I'm sending the guy an email showing him, with the links where he could download the products for free.
Right.
But James also uses his computing skills to bring people together.
I've written a lot of software that helps adoptees figure out their genetic relations, like figure out who their parents are is the goal.
Right. So you write programs to help people who've been adopted find their parents?
Yes.
Why did you get into this?
My wife, at one point we discovered that her birth story didn't match up to reality.
Right.
And we never received any kind of official confirmation that she was adopted, but we started to suspect that very strongly. So started to employ the DNA techniques to try to figure out what her family tree is. That's what got me into it.
How successful have you been so far with this and finding people's parents?
I've been able to find a lot of shared ancestors, like grandparents, great-grandparents. Some people have been able to find their parents. It's a little bit more rare.
How do you feel about meeting other family members?
It's interesting. I mean, the DNA testing is like, even family that weren't unknown, started taking the tests and you kind of reconnect with them a little bit, make Facebook friends.
Yeah.
We're not like doing Christmases together or anything like that, but.
Not yet. Isn't it amazing? I mean, imagine what his business cards look like. Professional hacker, he gets paid to hack things. It's very Edward Snowden, it's very James Bond. He told me very quietly when the cameras weren't rolling that so far of all the security jobs he's been hired to do, he hasn't met one where he hasn't been able to breach the security in some way. So it's not a bad little record. Coming into this experience, I really thought we were just vanilla. I thought you could trace everything back to England and that was the end of that. It was kind of two-dimensional, but having gone through it all, we're a bit more nuanced. We're a bit more interesting. I never thought I would have relatives in America. I certainly didn't think I'd have a big splash of Indian blood. I know it sounds big and kind of existential and, what is the origins of the universe? But it's been an experience of perspective. I've come to appreciate just how insignificant all of us are, but just how extraordinary us existing as us really is.
Now, the study of DNA is a fascinating science that opens our eyes to how connected we all really are. And the DNA detectives is proving that we all have links hidden in our blood to places and people we could never have imagined. So, who's going to be curious enough to take the test next week? Why don't you join us and find out? The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Weatherman Sam Wallace and actress Amanda Billing are seeking the truth behind old family myths, from rumours of royal connections to the origins of mysterious dark colouring. So brace yourselves, it's going to be a fascinating ride.
Oh, it's just so sad and messed up.
What part of me's Italian?
Analysing our own DNA can uncover markers that show where we've come from, and following those markers can lead us all around the world and connect us with relatives we never even knew we had. Action-mad weather presenter Sam Wallace is no stranger to danger, but he's never dived into his own past, and that's about to change. His DNA results are in the lab, but before we reveal those, let's see what the man himself knows about his own history.
Family for me is everything. It's the bones of everything for me, you know? It's where I get my sense of humour. It's where I get my lightheartedness. I can be lighthearted on telly because I've got the support of my family, you know? So it's almost like the family has been my framework in which to work around. I still don't really know where I'm from. There's a lot of olive in the skin. So despite being Pākehā, I suspect there's been a milkman snuck in there along the way. From speaking to my mum, I think the boat came out from Scandinavia. That's one of the guesses. The other guess kind of goes towards Dad's side, which is more Scottish and English. So is there a William Wallace in there? Who knows?
Ah, hello, Sam.
Richard.
Welcome to the Nerve Centre.
Lovely to be here.
Are you ready, Sam?
I don't know.
How are you feeling?
Apprehensive.
There's talk of you having maybe some blue blood in your family line?
There's Danish blood in there. Well, I think there's Danish blood in there. And some of the rallies have been throwing some stories out there about a man called Boris Larsen, who was royalty.
Mm.
That'd be nice, because he's a rich man.
Well, there's a few queens in my family as well, actually.
I believe so.
We're going to show you a world map now of your DNA. If you look over in that direction there. The lab has found your DNA has 60.9% British and Irish markers and a high percentage of Northern European segments, which means ancestry from Iceland, Finland, Norway, and Sweden. You also have 4.9% Scandinavian markers, which gives weight to those Danish family stories you've heard so much about. But there's still a couple of surprises to come. Comparing your DNA results with others around the world has found 924 DNA genetic matches.
Really?
Yeah. And I feel pretty sure you'd like to meet a few of them, wouldn't you? Well, that's all you actually need to know for now. You keep this device at hand.
Okay.
Okay, and your travel details will come through shortly. And so, bon voyage.
Thank you so much. Wish me luck.
Sam might need to pack a silver spoon, as it appears that his Danish cousins aren't the only royalty showing up in his DNA.
Maybe it'll be Denmark, that's Mum's side, or Dad's an English Wallace from Cornwall. But I'm still hugely in the dark. But it's very exciting. So we've done Bond Street, Piccadilly, Mayfair, all quite prestigious places on the Monopoly board. Not a bad place to be. Yeah, I am excited about finding out who my ancestors are. It'd be really nice, and this might be a weird thing to say, but it'd be really nice to meet some of these people and to look back at them and maybe see similarities in their faces that I see in my family or in me. Evening, Sam. If you follow my directions, you'll find yourself outside a relative's house. Oh, that? Really? Royalty? Come on, Richard. I need more, mate. I need more.
All right, Sam. Focus. Our X and Y chromosomes have small markers in them. Scientists have put these markers into groups called haplogroups. You and Prince Philip share the H haplogroup. It connects relatives anywhere from 2 to 2,000 generations back. In your case, DNA shows it's a distant relationship on your mother's side.
It all looks very promising. First destination is Buckingham Palace. So we've probably got the good side out of the way. We'll probably spend the rest of the time visiting prisons.
Sam. Records show that your Wallaces lived in England in the early 1500s, but then the paper trail goes dead cold. However, Your DNA tests contain hints about where they lived before that, so you're heading to Scotland.
Scotland? We're going to Scotland? Amazing.
Sam's results place him in Group 3 of the Wallace Y DNA project, which proves that he does have connections to the Scottish arm of the family, and that opens the door to William Wallace, better known as Braveheart, being a relative.
And that's what makes DNA so interesting, is that you finally get a chance to kind of go beyond the family tree and actually, you know, track down some of those historical parts of your history.
We've also discovered that Wallace didn't have any children, so Sam can't be a direct descendant, but it is possible they share ancestors. Sam's in Elderslie, Braveheart's birthplace, to meet the conveners of the William Wallace Society and learn more about this legend.
William Wallace, cheers.
Wallace.
Cheers. Lunch. I am a Wallace. What's your excuse? What are you guys here?
I think it's just being a patriot. You know, it's an extension of what you feel in there. I think when Braveheart came out, most folk, who's William Wallace, you know, and they maybe went on to educate themselves.
I had never heard of William Wallace until I saw the film Braveheart,
Yeah, right.
and then went straight to the library and took out everything, because that history is deliberately being suppressed. It is not allowed to be taught in school.
So is everything behind Braveheart, is it truth or has the story been embellished?
All these things happened.
At the end of the day, it's a film. But for what we do, it's made it easier for us because William Wallace has been reincarnated, really. There's a letter which William Wallace had, which was given to him by the French king, and it was basically giving Wallace authority to go and see the Pope, to obviously plead for Scottish independence. That was taken from William Wallace when he was captured in 1305, and it's been in England ever since. David Ross, who was our ex-convener, started a campaign to get that particular letter back, and the letter's now back in Scotland.
700 years, that's quite a project.
Yes, it was, yes.
Can I get a photocopy and put it on my wall? Like, every Wallace would want that.
You certainly can.
It's funny, eh? Like, it's one of these things that the more you kind of learn, the more you realise you don't know, and the more you want to know.
Yeah.
Well, don't feel left out because you're just learning on this trip. We've only been learning maybe since we left school because we had to educate ourselves.
Right.
Our Scottish history is who we are, it's where we come from. That runs through our veins. It's the most important thing about us, is the fact that we are Scottish. This is our country.
They're so passionate about Scotland. They're so passionate about preserving documents and the history of William Wallace, and here I am as a Wallace, and it's not something I've really investigated or looked into. And I feel like all of this is kind of lighting a fire within me to go and research and go back and to learn as much as I possibly can.
Coming up, Amanda discovers she has ancestors with a taste for adventure, while weatherman Sam Wallace is on the trail of potential links to William Braveheart Wallace.
Here it is, Wallace Castle.
Using available records, we can trace our family tree back, perhaps hundreds of years. However, following our DNA can lead us back thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Now, actress Amanda Billing is about to discover links to her very ancient cultures and clans, and the markers in her DNA point to some very unique ancestors. But first of all, let's see what she thinks is lurking in her past, shall we?
I get asked a bit where I'm from, which is odd to me. I'm like, I'm a New Zealander. I would like to know where the dark hair and the dark eyes come from. Sometimes I get asked if I'm part Māori, because dark eyes, dark hair. I've got lots of freckles, and my skin's not completely olive, but I know that I have Welsh ancestry and Celtic ancestry, and I think the Celts are descended from people from Spain, aren't they? Isn't that what I heard somewhere? I'm not quite sure. I feel like I've got a lot to find out. I'd like to think that my ancestors, however long ago, were creative and courageous and curious people who like adventure and like to seek new things. Yeah. But maybe, I don't know, maybe they were just couch potatoes who liked to hang out and not do much.
Hi.
Hello, welcome. Welcome, sit yourself down. It's so nice to see you.
Yes, you too.
I've heard so much about you. A consummate actor, performer. Your parents, were they born in New Zealand?
Yes.
So do you know where your forebears came from? Are there stories inside the family that reveal their past?
There's tales, but they're quite general. So I know that I'm from places like Ireland and Scotland and Wales and England. And my grandfather, my mum's dad, used to say that we were from Spain. And
You're interested in the origins of your colouring as well.
yeah, when I used to teach English as a second language a very, very long time ago, my students would often ask me if I was from New Zealand, and I often found that quite a strange question. I'd think, oh, do I not look like a Kiwi?
Well, you have an olive complexion, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, we are gonna get there. We've got your results in, and I think we should look at those over on the screen there. Your Northern European results reflect your Celtic ancestry. You've got Southern European DNA,
Yes.
which may well be from Spain or Portugal.
Yeah.
So there may be a Spanish princess in your past. And you have a hint of East Asian DNA. That's China, Mongolia,
Really?
or perhaps even Japan. But there's still a couple of surprises to come. And now the lab have also discovered 916 DNA matches for you. So you're going to have to prepare to meet some of those relatives rather shortly. All that's left for me to do is to give you this,
yes,
which I wish you to keep about your person at all time, because this is the way we're going to keep in contact with one another. And all that's left to say is bon voyage.
Thank you so much.
Mwah.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How wonderful. Amanda may need a strong stomach when it comes for tales from her family's past, because blood has been spilt on more than just the one occasion.
Okay.
Ah, hello, Amanda. I know you'd hoped that your relatives would be brave adventurers. Well, we found a cousin in Oregon City, USA, with a great American frontier tale to tell you.
Excellent.
These days, Oregon City is a bucolic town on the outskirts of Portland. But it was once the final stop in a very long journey, and it's here Amanda's meeting a DNA relative.
I'm about to meet a cousin of mine, and I don't know what kind of cousin she is. I'm wondering if we're gonna get along, if the conversation's going to flow, or if it's gonna be awkward, because, I don't know, you meet your family and you just assume that you should click, but who knows? Here's an elk, and here's my cousin. Hi.
Hello.
I'm Amanda.
I'm Jessica. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Welcome
to meet
to
you
the States.
too. Thank you very much.
Are you excited?
I am excited, and I've been a little bit nervous.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of different meeting family.
Yeah, totally.
But for us to be related, it would have to be probably through the Irish, Scottish, English side.
Okay.
New Zealand had a migration pattern in Europe the way the United States did.
Yes.
So it would be really easy for a family to, one go one direction and one go the other.
Yeah, it's a frontier thing
Yep.
that we have in common.
Adventurous relatives.
Go west or south.
DNA markers show that Amanda and Jessica share ancestors around 300 to 400 years ago. Now they're putting their heads together to find the branch of the family tree that connects them.
My tree stays in the United States going back to 1629.
Wow.
We are supposed to be related 3 to 5th cousins, which we could be about 4th.
Okay.
It's an estimate. And for that to work, it would have to be about a 4th to a 5th great-grandparent in common.
Well, one of the names that jumps out on here, and there aren't very many, is Saunders.
Which, in my case, is about 11 generations back.
Yeah.
So, 11 generations does not work. So we're probably related somewhere in this area of time.
Having a look on here, there's Anne Wilson.
Anne Wilson was living in Pennsylvania in 1800s, and her father and mother also were living in Pennsylvania, and his name was Joseph Wilson.
Yeah.
And so that's as far back as I currently have on that family.
Okay.
But we're looking at 1740s, 1750s.
So I have a Mary Wilson in my tree. She's my 5th great-grandmother, I think, but she's from Scotland.
So she could be a sibling or a cousin.
Yeah.
Because a sibling and a cousin would share the same amount of DNA with a grandparent. So that's probably where we could have a connection.
I'm definitely encouraged. I look at Anne Wilson and I'm like, Maybe she's it. Maybe she's the one.
Maybe we found our connection.
Yeah, maybe we found our connection. Maybe she talked with her hands too.
It's very possible because I've been doing that my whole life and my dad's been making fun of me.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. This is what makes all of this so wonderful is that, you know, we live a world apart from each other, but DNA connects us.
Yeah. So Jessica's going to see if she can find out more about the Wilsons, and I'll ask my family about Mary Wilson. My mum loves this kind of thing. She'll definitely crack the paper trail, but even if she doesn't, DNA definitely proves that we are related. Jessica and I have the common ground of being descended from frontier people, I suppose, even though our frontiers were very different and involved different journeys, but each of those journeys was physically risky.
So the Oregon Trail was a really big journey for the pioneers of those days. It was 2,000 miles long, and they had to walk that entire way. The main reason that people decided to cross the Oregon Trail and take that risk of that journey was to receive free land in Oregon.
I'm going to cherish this thing
Yes.
that says, I own part of the United States. That's right.
Well, Amanda's relatives may well have navigated the Oregon Trail, and if they did, the stars, paper, and a compass would have shown them the way. Today, however, there are other options.
Turn left at DNA Boulevard.
When it comes to knowing our ancestry, written records have always been king. But now there's a high-tech option out there, too. Now, by taking a DNA test, we can discover the cultures and the countries that our ancestors hailed from, because the places they lived, the food they ate, and who they chose to have children with have all left marks in their DNA which they've handed on down to us. Now, these markers form a kind of road map which allows us to trace where they came from, and all we have to do is look. And now for Amanda, the next stop on her DNA trail is in Wales. Coming up, Sam finds a relative with a real-life armory, while Amanda's about to find Celtic ancestry that could link her to bloody battles on the Welsh coast.
Many years ago, the Vikings used to come up the estuary here.
Oh, the
Sands
rivers.
turned red with blood.
Actress Amanda Billing has often wondered where her dark colouring stems from, and we, here at the DNA Detectives, have found an explanation. And it's a story that begins in Wales.
I knew that we would come to the British Isles because I know for sure about some aspects of my ancestry. I didn't know that I had Welsh ancestry until a few years ago when my mum told me, and I thought, well, that kind of makes sense. Hiya.
Hello, who are you?
I'm Amanda. I'm
Hi.
from New Zealand.
What part of New Zealand are you from?
I live in Auckland, which is the big city in the north of the country.
Your name isn't Bell, is it?
No, Billing.
Billing. My relatives are in Auckland.
Are they?
Archbishop Stanton. No.
No. I'm a bit ignorant about that stuff like that.
Beautiful place, though.
Yes, it is. My grandfather, my mum's dad, he was a great one for pulling your leg, and he would say that we were Spanish. Dark hair and the dark eyes and the sort of olivey skin. And he used to say, Spanish princess or Spaniard and all this kind of thing.
Amanda, your southern European markers may be from the Basque region of Spain. DNA testing has found evidence that the Basques went to Wales about 7,000 years ago and are responsible for the dark Welsh looks. But wait, there's more. Find Red Wolf Bay on the Isle of Anglesey. Mark's working on his boat there. He knows how the bay got its name, and that leads to a feisty branch of the family girl.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
I'm Amanda Billing. I'm from New Zealand.
Oh, Amanda.
Hi. I was told that I would find you here because you have a story for me about how this bay was named.
All right, yes.
Yeah.
I can do that for you.
Go on, tell me.
Its Welsh name is Traethcoch, and Traethcoch in Welsh means red beach.
Mm-hmm.
And there is actually a Viking settlement a few miles down the road there. It was discovered a number of years ago. And apparently they used to come up the estuary, as Vikings tend to do, and they had a bit of a ding-dong with the locals, and the Reds
Oh, the
Sands
rivers.
turn red with blood.
Oh.
There's another name for this particular little area here, Porthlondir, which is the harbour of the long boats.
Yep.
Well, the Vikings came all the way around Britain, didn't they? There's a headland over there called the Great Orme, near Llandudno, which is about 40 miles in that direction. And Orme is an old word, I believe it's an old Norse word for headland.
Yep.
So there's another Viking connection.
Vikings, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I might be a Viking as well.
You might be a Viking.
As
You
well
may
as
well
a
be a
Basque.
Viking.
Okay, so I thought that I would be coming here because of the Welsh heritage that I have, but having spoken to Mark, his story makes me think that I have Viking heritage as well. So even though the story is horrible, I'm quite excited about finding out what's next. Oh.
Bingo! You're right on the money. Your DNA shows a 1.1% Scandinavian markers, but the family tree doesn't contain any obvious Scandinavian names. So, the DNA detectives think a Viking may be the culprit. So you're off to an old Norse kingdom where the Celts and Viking cultures collided thousands of years ago. Your flight to the Isle of Man leaves in the morning. Meanwhile, weatherman Sam Wallace is soaking up his Scottish history and is hungry for more. And we're more than happy to oblige, Sam.
Richard.
Sam, you're up to speed on the Wallaces, so you get a free night in the old family pile. Not promising breakfast. In fact, there are 2 castles in the family to choose from. Either way, you'll need to pack warm, Mr. Weatherman. But you should have known that.
Yeah, here it is. Wallace Castle. I think this is the most elaborate joke I've ever been set up for. I guess I got big-headed. I thought the Wallaces, oh, it's going to be lovely. You can only imagine. Check that out. It was still pretty neat thinking that some of the rallies had lived in there. I like that. Yeah, thanks, Richard. I think I'll try my luck on the next castle.
Option 2 is Killeen Castle. It belonged to the Scottish Kennedy clan that one of your ancestors married into. You share DNA with those who've called it home, and you can claim it just a little.
It's not too bad, is it? In terms of a castle, it's about exactly what you want. It's got everything. It's got the parapets, the moats around the front. You've got sea views, cannons. It's lovely.
These Kennedys were of Celtic Norse stock, so there's a touch of Viking in the mix. That could explain some of the Scandinavian markers that were in Sam's test. Killeen Castle is also where Lord David Kennedy, the current chief of the Scottish Kennedy clan, was conceived. Keeper of the castle, Gordon, has offered Sam a bed for the night, along with a guided tour.
Hello, welcome to Killeen Castle, Cydmilifalshire. In case you're wondering what that means, look down at my feet. 100,000 welcomes in the Scottish Gaelic.
I love it.
In you come.
All right.
Well, what do you think of this?
This is amazing.
Yeah.
It's an armoury. Just gorgeous.
There's over 1,000 weapons in this room, and they're all original. There's no reproductions in here at all.
So they're actually been used in war to shoot at people.
Yeah. The British at that time in the sort of 18th century, they seemed to be at war with everybody.
It's staggering to think that the blades have been embedded into someone, or the pistols have been shot at people.
Well, we don't think about that.
Do you not?
No, we don't think about that. We try not to say that to visitors as they come in.
Okay, sorry.
They won't get around the castle very much if we tell them about the kind of bloody history of the place.
Well, this castle is absolutely littered with furniture, artworks, just weapons, just amazing things, like literally littered. And I can only imagine how much it's all worth. How much can be mine? No, it's not like that, is it? It's just about appreciating it and knowing that deep down inside my DNA there's some kind of link to it. And that's kind of enough. So last night at the castle, something quite cool happened. The Lord turned up, Lord David Kennedy, who is a distant relation of mine if you go back far enough in time. He was fantastic, a great lad. And it was really cool because we have a lot in common. We both share a passion for motorcycles and cars, and he had a collection. So we spent about an hour talking about them, chewing the fat. It was just brilliant. And it's quite cool when you kind of think about your DNA, you know, it goes so far back, but then we share these kind of interests. It's quite neat. Richard?
Sam, your DNA also shows links to a population that didn't leave home for centuries, the Sardinians. Now, they're a very specific group, genetically speaking, often live to 100 years of age.
The Sardinians? I feel like I should know this.
Yes, you probably should. Sardinia's an island, an Italian island.
Italian?
That's right, Sam. Italian.
Are we going to Italy? What part of me is Italian?
Coming up, Sam gets a taste of his Italian heritage, while Amanda discovers her Viking ancestors looked a little different to what she imagined.
Dark-haired Vikings.
Blue-eyed Vikings.
Amanda knows she has Celtic forebears, and her DNA test revealed traces of Scandinavian DNA. Her Scandinavian and Celtic forebears could well have met here on the Isle of Man around 1,500 years ago.
My DNA is a mishmash because people went on journeys. And I know that sounds obvious, but that ignites my imagination. I think, oh, okay, so where did they go? Why did they go there? Who were they? And of course, I can't answer those questions, really. But contemplating the answer to those questions is exciting.
Now, the Vikings aren't around to give you a welcome, which, given their traditions, I think you should be supremely grateful for. But go to the main square. Local guide Frank is primed to give you the Viking Royal Tour.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
Very well.
Now, I'm very good. Where are we off to?
Now, Frank's written a book on the Isle of Man. Well, one of them, anyway. There's a lot to cover. Stop one is Peel Castle for a little bit of Viking history.
So, this word Viking, what does that mean? Where does it come from?
Vic
Yeah.
is from the harbour, the creek. They tended to be calling it going a Viking or a Viking when they were off on their marauding parties or exploration parties from Norway. It got applied to them as a group.
Before the Vikings came here in the 9th century.
9th century, yes.
This was a Celtic stronghold.
Oh, very much. It was a totally Celtic world.
Yeah.
And it hadn't been affected as England and other parts of the UK were with the coming of the Romans. They never came here, other than perhaps in a minor way, to trade.
It's the stories that grab me. And I recognise in a way the value of every single human being's life and that their story is important just simply because they've lived it.
He was poisoned for not taking part in a plot against Elizabeth I.
He probably would have had his head cut off either way. It's the stories about my ancestors that I would go looking for rather than the intricacy of the family tree pattern. What is this? This looks like a henge.
No, not quite.
Oh my gosh! What? Which beneath a low cairn of stones, the richly adorned body of a Viking settler was buried. Sacrificed and buried with him were a woman, his horse, and other livestock.
Yes, this was one of a number of Viking burials. We've had 2 ship burials, one at this end and one right at the north of the island. The Vikings were coming into the island first, about the year 800.
Yes, and so this is late.
But by about 850, they were settling. The house down the bottom, that's Balladool House, and that it can be translated, the Bala is place of, and the dual can be, dualish can be dark, and in the sense of the dark strangers. So these were the dark-haired Vikings rather
Dark-haired
than the fair-haired,
Vikings?
blue-eyed Vikings.
I didn't know
that
that.
Oh, yes.
It's my ignorance. I'd
Yes,
just
and
make
you
the
had
assumption that
red-haired
all
ones,
Vikings
no.
were red-headed or
Well,
blonde.
there was a whole series of as it were, tribes working in that area. That mix, really, that's the thing here. You've got that mix of Celt and Viking. And
Yes.
that's what makes the island what it is, really.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here, because it's about the Scandinavian DNA that constitutes just a tiny part of my DNA. It's possible that a Viking, I don't know, maybe a dark Viking, maybe a blonde Viking, he met someone and fell in love and had, you know.
Stranger things.
Stranger things have happened. Before I came away on this trip, I really didn't know anything about Vikings. I had a picture in my head of what they looked like, you know, their boats and helmets with horns on them, which of course aren't historically accurate, I know that now. I was pretty ignorant, really, of most things to do with Viking culture, and now I feel very privileged to have come so close to it by going to that Viking burial ground where there's this ancient history, and to be spoken to about it by someone who's so knowledgeable. It's such a pleasure. It sparks my interest. Makes me want to know more about these things.
And that, of course, is the Viking from
that gravesite.
Bandereelen, with the various bits of metalwork and so on that were found accompanying him in the grave.
Yep. I feel, I don't know, a kind of kinship. And it's really nice. I look at every human being that I see in a different way now. It's not like, are you my cousin? Well, it kind of is. I'm looking at them going, are you my... Just pay much closer attention to people. If you open up discussions like this, I think every single human being is interested in not only in themselves, but where they're from and who their people are.
Meanwhile, Sam is in Sardinia because his ancient ancestors came from this Italian island. Sam only has small traces, but their DNA is very distinctive. Hi, Sam. Tomorrow you're having afternoon tea with an old relative, but in the meantime, make yourself at home.
Do I feel Italian? No, I don't think I could feel any further away from home, to be honest. But in saying that, I really like what I see. It's a charming place to be. So, a long way from home, these guys have got sea urchin pizza, which we probably know as kinner pizza. You can see it. It's the kinner there and there. It's kind of delicate, I guess. It's crunchy. There's actually a shell in it, I guess. You wanna try? He didn't even eat it. Come on, mate. Let's go get some steak. Some people have the opportunity to get online and trace their heritage like that and go through documents. I mean, this is next level. We have the power to travel around and find whatever we can find, you know, whether it's a living relative or the gravesite of a dead one. I mean, that's an amazing opportunity. It's pretty cool. Wow. This is a Scrambler Ducati. And this means a lot to me, this bike, because I co-own my bikes with my dad. It's something that we've always bonded over. We've been discussing what bike that we wanted, and my dad has mine set on this bike. So we've turned up in Italy, and the first bike I see is the bike my dad is dreaming of right now. So that's pretty cool. A world away, but those little threads of DNA doing this again.
Coming up, Sam meets the Ancestor, who's 110 years old, and Amanda uncovers the tragic circumstances that brought one of her forebears down under.
Because, you know, if this hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here.
actress Amanda Billing has always wanted to uncover the origins of her dark colouring. And with Welsh ancestry, Spanish blood, and stories of potential Viking connections, we can cross that off the list. But there's still a dark tale needing some investigation.
I found out that on my dad's side, my great-great-great-grandmother, Isabel, she was sent to Tasmania. I don't know anything really about her, but her family wiped her from existence, basically. She will have been a teenager on a boat in the early 1800s going to Tasmania with a whole lot of criminals. That's just mind-boggling.
Amanda, the cards were very much stacked against Isabel. She was found guilty of incest, and after she bore a child to her father, an aunt alerted the authorities. She was tried in Edinburgh and sentenced to life. It may not sound lucky, but being sent to Tasmania to serve out her sentence did give her a second chance at life. We've arranged access to the accounts of her trial for you to read.
Far out. This was just a story that my parents told me about when I was asked if there was anything in my background. And it was a bare bones thing. I had no idea there was all of this stuff. William Cuthbert came to the house about 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, and that when his daughter heard him coming, she sprung from bed, declared she would rather suffer death than go into his presence again, and concealed herself beneath the bed. Jesus. What a tragic mess. It's very weird. There's all of this detail. Before it was just this thing that my parents had told me about that none of us really knew about, and now I've got all of this and I don't know entirely how I feel about that. And I don't know how my family's going to feel about it either. It's weird. Because, you know, if this hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here. William Cuthbert has, in the meantime, absconded, and I have not learned where he has gone to. She's sent away. A long way away from him. It's so sad. Oh, it's just so sad and messed up. Far out. I don't know what I think and feel about it. Far out. Because if it hadn't happened and my great-great-great-great-aunt hadn't said something, I wouldn't be here. But it's awful. But thank God she went to Tasmania, and thank God she met her husband. And had my great-great-granddad, I think. Thank goodness. Far out.
Meanwhile, in the Sardinian capital, Cagliari, Sam is about to meet Nona. They share a haplogroup, which means they have ancient ancestors in common. And now Sardinians are renowned for their longevity, and Nona is 110 years young.
So we've written down questions and we're just working our way through them.
What is the secret to live up to 110 years?
Ho vissuto in Sardegna, sono sempre stata a casa mia e adesso venuta da mia figlia. Morto mio marito, sono vissuta.
The secret is that I've always lived with my husband on my place, and now I live with my daughter who looks after me.
Beautiful.
Sono stata sempre
I've never been
serena.
spoiled. I've always been happy, serene. Serenity is the key of life.
Serenity. The key to life is serenity. And I don't know if I've got that yet. I got frantic. Seafood, alcohol, cigarettes. I just got frowned at.
Vino,
Oh.
Never drank wine. Ha mai fumato
Acqua.
sigarette? Acqua, water.
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 There was a small part of me that wanted her to say, I drink, I smoke, I don't exercise. But she didn't. It all made perfect sense, didn't it?
What do you think about the world nowadays?
Cosa pensa ai nostri giorni? Disastro.
Ha! The world is a disaster. We have bad situation more than beautiful ones.
She's been through 2 world wars, and Italy was affected. Has that affected her? Is this a bit rough to ask? Maybe this question's a bit unfair to ask about the wars. I don't know.
No, well, let's see.
Ho vissuto 2 guerre.
I went through 2 wars.
Yeah.
Quando scappavo al rifugio, quando scappavo al rifugio, portavo il bambino
I remember when I had to run away in the air raid shelter with my little baby. I said, I remember the houses nearby my place falling apart after the bombs bombed out, whereas my house was never destroyed.
Can't we ask one more question? She's been amazing.
Yeah, meravigliosa.
So good, just amazing. She said the world was troubled, and she says the world is a mess. What does she think we need to do to make it a better place?
Più amore.
Amore.
Better love, more love. The world needs more love.
World needs more love. I got that, amore.
Certo che c'è gente cattiva in questo mondo.
There are a lot of evil people, bad people around the world. A lot. So we need more love.
Thank you all so much.
Grazie.
So nice. You're my favourite. Hey, I'll tell you what we're going to do now. We're going to do a selfie. Have you got the camera?
A selfie con la nonna.
One more. Oh, you're gorgeous. 15 years of television. That is the best thing I've ever done.
Oh, that's great.
She's amazing. I mean, it's a real privilege, isn't it, to be traveling the world and following your ancestry, but to find someone like that, 110 years and so much to give. When she looked at me, I could tell she was speaking to me. I definitely connected with her, and that's kind of cool.
Bellissimo.
I guess the other thing that kind of got me in knots a little bit was the fact that, she's 110, but my grandmother's 96. And I haven't really spent a lot of time with her since my grandfather passed away, and I've never sat down and asked her, what the secret to longevity, happiness, and where she thought the world was going or what's wrong with it. And I know that if I sat down with Nan, I know it's all there, and I just haven't taken the time to do that.
Not all of our personal histories involve fanciful stories of kings and castles, but our ancestors, whoever they may have been, or whatever battles of demons they may have fought, make us who we are today. And thanks to the DNA detectives, science is reminding us that they are there in our DNA even today. So, who's going to be curious enough to take the test next week? Why don't you tune in and find out? The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Now, modern science can sometimes reveal more than we'd like to know. DNA testing is about to throw cricket commentator Lee Hart and presenter Sonia Gray a curveball or two.
So I'm not probably going to inherit this?
It's unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why families have so many secrets.
Lee Hart is known for casting his humorous eye over everything from cricket to sausages, but when it comes to his family, things get very serious. His DNA results will take him on a surprising journey, but first, here's his own take on his family's history.
On my father's side, we came from Birmingham in England. I know very little on my mother's side. Her father, we know, came from Australia. There's been a rumour or legend that there could be Aborigine in the family somewhere, which would explain a few things on our side. A few of us go on walkabout here and there. I think I'd like to find a family history which is very similar to the characters that are in it now. I'd like to think they're sort of down-to-earth people, the characters perhaps. I'm a father, we've got 2 children, a boy and a girl. I feel a bit more of as if I'm doing it on behalf of the whole family. My kids, my parents, my brother, because we're all getting the information, the same information. I just happen to be the courier and just hope I don't stuff it up.
Ah, hello, Lee. Welcome to the Inner Sanctum.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So, Lee, you were born on the west coast of New Zealand, and yet you have a South American connection.
Yep, born in Greymouth on the west coast, which is a coal mining town. And my father was a coal miner. Around about the time I was born, he gave that up and got involved in tunnelling, you know, hydro schemes.
Okay.
So we left and went overseas. As I say, we were living 13,000 feet in the Andes in Peru, so it was a very strong sort of formative memories for me before I came back to New Zealand. And it was only when I was about 10 that I started to even get a sense of my New Zealand roots.
I have a world map here that's going to show you the countries where your DNA markers are. You ready to watch this?
Sure, yeah.
Well, Lee, no Aboriginal DNA here. You're as English and Irish as it gets. But your DNA also has 3.4% Scandinavian markers, which could mean a touch of Viking in your past. And of course, the Vikings came out of Norway, across the Northern Isles, which fits in with the other results we see for you. And we found over 931 DNA matches, and you're about to meet a few of them. But don't go packing your battle axe yet. All is not as it seems. Well, that's all you need to know for now. Take that with you, and happy hunting.
Thank you.
Right. Actually, a battle axe might be very handy for where Lee's going. But so long as he packs his luck of the Irish, he should be okay.
Text from Richard. Never been there before. Exciting. Wonder who pays for the texts, me or him? To be honest, I wasn't that surprised that I might have Irish heritage or DNA. My mother's name, maiden name is Crowley, which I think is Irish. But what was more surprising is that we never actually followed that line.
Ah, Lee, your intel is correct. We are following your mother's DNA, and it leads to a lass named Laura Houston. She's your 3rd cousin, which means you share a great-great-grandfather.
Hi, Laura. How's it going? Nice to meet you. I'm Lee. I understand we're related in some way. 3rd cousins, perhaps?
Yeah.
Related through DNA. I can't wait to find out actually what sort of traits we may have in common, etc. Okay. Should we grab a drink? So, Laura, what made you do a DNA test in the first place?
Going back in Ireland for your ancestors is quite difficult because we don't have very much census records because there was a fire in Dublin and obviously it was all paper census records.
Right.
So the fire burnt all of the census records.
So DNA enabled you to sort of tap into thousands.
Exactly, go in a lot further back.
You're not trying to find a kidney or something, are you?
I don't need a kidney, my health. So I've always worked for companies that have been doing genomic sequencing, which is another reason why I was very interested in getting my own done.
Great. Do you know if we're related to anyone famous over here, like Bono perhaps or something? Or?
No, but we're actually related to Anya, one of the singers from
the
here.
singer?
Yeah. So she's my full 4th cousin.
So it's a good chance I could be related to her.
Yes, yes, definitely. And she's from Donegal, so it's all a very similar place.
Fantastic. Because I did imagine when I embarked on this journey that perhaps I could be related to someone really famous, relative Elvis Presley, perhaps. You know, might have explained why I put weight on in the 30s, you know, my 30s and stuff. You know, but he obviously carried on and died. But That's a small world, isn't it? Enya.
Have you any musical ability yourself?
Questionable. I think I'm musical in the sense that I love music, and I used to play in bands with my brother, and that's all I did for a while was music. My father used to play drums, that's why I got into music. He was in rock and roll bands, so I think I'm musical, but I'm probably more musical than I am talented, if that makes any sense. So these are your haunts around here?
Yes, exactly, yeah. When the sun's out.
When the sun's out,
Yeah, it can be pretty miserable in the winter if you're outside.
Plenty of live music?
Yeah, I mean, there'll be live music in every pub here.
I love it here, it's cool. Cheers.
Cheers. Nice to meet you.
So, how can DNA prove that two people are genetically related? Tests have been developed that map our DNA, and that means we can now screen for inherited disease and even decode our ancestry. By comparing one person's DNA to that of others, we can find out whether they share segments of DNA, and if they do, that means they share an ancestor. Coming up, Sonia meets a long-lost relative and discovers her link to greatness, while Lee's Irish eyes keep smiling.
Technically, he is a relative, so at what point can I ask him if I can borrow some cash?
Now, as a former model, Sonia Gray certainly knows about keeping up appearances. And now she feels totally connected to her African heritage, but it wasn't always that simple. She's had to piece together fragments of her family history and doesn't know as much as she'd like to. We can help to fix that, but first, here's what she does know about so far.
We all want to feel a sense of connection, and I think family gives you that. Yeah, I grew up with my mother and her side of the family, and I didn't grow up with my dad at all. He came to New Zealand when he was 17 on a scholarship. My sister and I have always been interested in one day being able to meet family on my dad's side. Sometimes in family histories, there's things you don't really want to remember. You know, I'm sure life wasn't very easy in rural Zimbabwe. But even if we could have anything to fill in, whether it's from hundreds of years ago or someone living or anything, that's more than what we've got now.
Hi, Sonia.
Hi.
Welcome to the control center.
Thank you.
Sit yourself down and let's hear all about you. Now, I know that you do this wheel, this lotto wheel.
I do the lotto draw, yeah.
You do, and I have to say, investigating your DNA is a bit of a gamble. You never know where it's going to take us. So what do you think you know about your ancestry?
On my mother's side, I know quite a bit because various people in the family have taken on the genealogical role, and yeah, it goes quite far back.
Come on, could be a bit more
Okay,
forthcoming.
so there's some English, some
Yes,
Irish,
yes.
some Scottish,
Okay.
some Italian, I think.
Oh, yeah, well, we might have something to support that evidence.
Really?
That's possible.
Really?
Yeah, we'll get there later on. What about your dad's side, then?
Okay, so my dad is from Zimbabwe. That's about as much as I've got.
You don't know much about that at all?
I have twin girls who are
Yeah.
6, and I feel a responsibility for them to learn more
About their past?
Yeah, and particularly for their kids, and for my sister, and for her kids, and for.
Let's have a look at what we've got so far, shall we? Your DNA does show that your dad's African ancestry is clearly West African here. Zimbabwe is more to the east.
Really?
Your mother's side shows British-Irish DNA, a splash of Southern European too, and that could be the Italian.
Yeah.
The lab have also found 925 DNA matches for you, darling.
So you're going to have to prepare to meet some of those relatives rather soon. Now, before you go, I want you to take this with you, and we're going to keep in contact via that little contraption.
Okay.
And all I can say is, you know, have a lovely journey. It's going to be a fascinating one, I'm sure. Take care.
Thank you.
Bon voyage.
See you soon.
Getting to the roots of her DNA is going to show Sonia that she has a connection to the one man who really did know the long walk to freedom. Sonia, no doubt you're primed for travel to exotic climes, so prepare to board your first flight bound for Australia.
So I've been racking my brain and I have no idea why I'm here. On Mum's side, they've done a lot of work tracing the family tree and I have never heard of an Australian connection. And Dad is from Zimbabwe, but maybe part of his family is wound up here as well. I mean, either way, having family to visit in Melbourne is nothing to complain about. All good.
Sonia, follow this map and you'll find Richard, your third cousin. Best of luck there.
Okay, this is it. This is quite random.
Hi.
Hello. Come on in. Hi, I'm Sonia.
Oh, hi, I'm Richard.
This is actually really exciting. I didn't know I had any relatives in Australia at all.
I didn't know I had many relatives in New Zealand.
Well, there you go. This is crazy. Obviously, we've been linked. Yep. We're related, but who knows how?
I do know how.
You do?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You relate to my father's side.
How do you know that?
Well, I have compared your DNA to mine.
Oh my...
The wonders of
scientific
scientific technology.
Yeah.
You know, we're not, cousins or anything. We're probably about 5 generations away.
Okay, so we could have shared the same great-grandparent?
More likely, probably great-great-great-grandparent. Like my grandmother, she was adopted in 1894. We don't really know what happened before 1894. Right. And that's why I suspect you might come into the picture.
Wow. It's not going to be on my dad's side. He's full African, and I don't think that's... No. So it's going to be on my mum's side. And what's great is that... on both sides of my mum's family, people have done a lot of work. We've got this book, James and Catherine Leach, which were my great-grandparents from Bingley, Yorkshire.
Ah, nice.
Does that ring any bells to you?
We certainly do have a lot of our relatives from the UK, and so there could certainly be a link. I'd love to read this one day to see...
Yeah, I'm sure I can get you a copy. I think you should... We'll go through and we'll have a little look to see if we can make any connections, but you should think about coming to New Zealand at some point. There are some people I would love to introduce you to who are just as passionate about this sort of stuff as you are. It's so good to meet Richard. Such a lovely, welcoming guy. Now, this whole mystery of how we're connected will take a while to get sorted out, but I have so many relatives on Mum's side that are just as keen about tracing their past as he is. And in the meantime, I can share some pictures from the new family he's found. Oh, this is my message. This is where I'm going next.
Sorry to interrupt. Now, I may have mentioned exotic climes earlier, and I wasn't joking. There's a plane leaving shortly for South Africa, and you need to be on it.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm so... I love South Africa. I have a very strong connection to it, and that is... Oh, I feel a bit tingly. It's pretty wild to be back in South Africa because this place is really special to me. First time I came here was 15 years ago. Came here to model and landed in South Africa. Knew no one, no connection at all to this place. Touched down in Cape Town, stepped out of the airport and just said to myself, I'm home. Like, I just had that feeling and it never left me, and it's never left me. I've been here multiple times, spent a lot of time here. I've never really known why. I guess there's this connection to the people and to the place and that feeling like something's happened here, you feel alive.
Hello, Sonia. Now, I'm sure most South Africans feel that Nelson Mandela is part of their family, but you have markers from the very same haplogroup as Mr. Mandela, which means you share a distant relation.
Oh, my God. I wasn't expecting that. That's cool. That's really cool.
We've heard of the Vikings and the Celts, but there are other more ancient clans that we all belong to. These are called haplogroups. There are tiny fragments in our DNA we carry with us that help us to map out how our ancestors traveled the world from the moment they left Africa. Now, yours is one of the oldest. Through your father's DNA, you're in the same ancestral clan as the great man himself.
So this information has me on quite a high. I'm not going to be coming down from that for a while. This guy he meant so much to so many, and he epitomised the struggle, I guess, in this country. And he's my cousin, kind of, sort of. I'll roll with that. It's nuts. It's awesome.
Thank you, Sonia. Enough dreams of glory. Time to follow a trail a bit closer to home, genetically speaking. You're going to go north and head back 1,000 years in time. Happy trails. Next, Sonia discovers her 1,000-year-old connections with a tribe, while Lee checks out his family's old digs.
So I'm not probably going to inherit this.
It's unlikely.
Broadcaster Lee Hart's DNA has taken him to Ireland. He's already met a third cousin, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, genetically speaking. Lee, your link to Ireland's very strong. You know, there's even a small island linked to the family. Hundreds of years ago, your relatives became known as the Boyles of Inishkeel. So if you head there, you're going to find a caravan with your name on it.
A caravan with my name on it. That's fascinating.
Now, these days, the island of Inishkeel is abandoned, but the Boyle clan are alive and thriving on the mainland, where Lee will be meeting his fourth cousin, Patrick.
A lot of questions for Patrick. I want to find out how he fit in, how it all came about, and of course, technically, he is a relative. So at what point can I ask him if I can borrow some cash? Must be the island that Richard mentioned. It's a beautiful spot. Wow. Patrick Boyle, I presume.
You're welcome. What do you think of this part of the world?
Well, it's beautiful, peaceful.
Oh, very quiet.
And you've been living here all your life?
All the life, yes.
I understand there's probably plenty of Boyles living in this.
Well, there's a lot of them, but then they're all kind of interconnected as well. And those you'll meet tomorrow, some of them are connected to us, some of them are not connected to us.
So we're going to meet some more?
Yep. Around 30, we think.
So it's hard to believe that my DNA pretty much started, a lot of it, here in this caravan park hundreds of years ago. Well, it would have been a caravan park then,
No,
no.
but it would have been farmland.
I mean, I've got so many questions I want to ask you over the next few days, but I'm home now.
Well,
so I suppose we should
delighted.
crack open the good stuff.
Well, that's a bit early in the day now to be cracking open the good stuff.
Well, on different time zone. I always thought these travel shows with people on TV were always quite self-indulgent, I suppose, but then I got asked to do it and I thought, what a great idea.
Patrick and Lee's connections are through Lee's third great-grandfather, Hugh Boyle. But the Boyles go back much further than that. In fact, their ancestral fort may date back as far as 1700 BC.
Perfectly parked. So now we must welcome you to the home of the Boyles.
Oh, thanks. Oh, but... That was a good presentation.
This is where we all originated from.
Really getting deep into it.
Yep. The name of the area would have been Boila originally. That would have been synonymous with the people that lived in this fort. And you can see from the sign there that the last guy that had a big battle here was Conor O'Boyle, and he was killed here.
So the Boyles, the name obviously came from
this place.
From that. So this essentially is the centre of it all, where it all started.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. And how old is this?
3,000 years.
3,000 years. That's certainly taking the family back a bit. So I'm not probably going to inherit this.
It's unlikely.
Okay. Wow. So you can imagine, in here they would have had all their families, they would have been living in here, there would have been probably thatched houses inside here.
Very, very small, low houses.
So it's an amazing view, and you can see how it would have been so protected from people with this water.
Yep.
So do you feel a connection, a specific connection with this place, being a Boyle?
Yeah. We would look on this as our own heritage, our own family's heritage, because it can be traced back for years and generations.
And you would have come here as a child, I suppose?
Yes. Well, every Sunday evening, brown trout fishing, making about, bring the girlfriends out.
Oh, yeah, okay. If these walls could talk.
I don't want them talking now.
I think there was a moment for me when I sort of broke through with Patrick. It's very strange. We're thrust together and expected to get along, and I think that moment happened on the island at the fort. You know, talking about his teenage years, coming over to that island and bringing girls, etc., over there as a teenager, and I could relate to those experiences, you know, having a few beers, that kind of thing, as you're growing up. So for me, that was certainly a time where we connected.
Actress and presenter Sonia Gray knows a lot about her mother's background, but she's learned virtually nothing of her father's, which is an African heritage. And so the DNA detectives are going to introduce her to her long-lost family history. Now, Sonia, we know that your father was from the village of Rusapi in Zimbabwe, and we are trying to get you into that region, but it's tough going. We're working on it. So in the meantime, we're sending you up to the border to spend some time with those people from his tribe, the Shona people. We've arranged our rendezvous at an ancient village site that's been restored, Sonia. Now, they won't be arriving until dark, so local expert Robin is going to give you a little Shona village background.
Where we are now is basically an old, ancient village. Based on the traditions of the Shona people. And if you have a look at the structure, these rocks, for example, they're all packed very closely and horizontally. So this definitely indicates that it's Shona.
So this sort of hut would still be in existence today, or not so much?
Very much so, yeah. If you go into the rural, like the really, really rural parts, you still find these huts. So your father's family would easily have lived in a community just like this. They still exist today, and they certainly did exist when your father was around.
That makes sense to me, actually, because my father's spoken of the straw roofs on the hut that they lived in, and the fact that it would, in thunderstorms, it would blow off.
Yeah.
So this is probably what it looked like.
They're very exposed to the elements. Fire's another danger as well, because these things do go up in flames. And there's constant repair of putting mud on to keep it in place and to look good. So it's not something that you put up once and it stays forever, like bricks. No, these things require a lot of maintenance to keep them going.
It's one thing to hear these stories, not even stories, I guess, just little fragments growing up, but being here makes it all real. To see how my dad lived and to meet other Shona people and see their dances, I mean, far out, it's great.
What they're celebrating here is the ancestors, and why they're dancing is to teach their children, their youngsters, about their ancestors. And it's not just for the Shona people, but the Shona people have their origins in a place called Mapungubwe. So they're celebrating all the peoples, singing for all the peoples.
All those tribes that originated there.
That originated in this place called Mapungubwe.
Mapungubwe has been uninhabited for hundreds of years, but it was here in 1937 that the earliest settlements of the Shona people was discovered. They were obviously a thriving community, and discoveries such as glass beads have proved that they were a hub of trade as well for Southern African people. Through her father, Sonia has direct DNA connection to the people that once lived here, a site which is guarded by rangers like Johan today.
Okay, so this is
Mapungubwe.
Oh my God. This is Mapungubwe.
Yes, Mapungubwe.
So I've recently found out I'm of Shona descent, and that connects me to this place, doesn't it?
Yes. People who occupied this place, from here they went to Great Zimbabwe, where definitely is the Shona people.
These were my ancestors lived.
Definitely it's your ancestors, because it's a Shona name, Mapungubwe.
The Shona tribe have DNA indicating that they're originally from West Africa. And this means that they must have migrated from somewhere in that region to here about 1,000 years ago. It's right here that the earliest evidence of that Shona civilization's been found.
So we're in South Africa, here, and just across that river is Zimbabwe. So close. And there's Botswana. So it's amazing to think that my ancestors probably followed the water down from here hundreds of years ago settled here. This is the beginning of the Shona Kingdom. And then just popped across to Zimbabwe. That's the closest I've ever been to Zimbabwe, where my dad is from, and of course, generations before that. It's the closest I've ever got, and that's pretty cool.
Next, Sonia takes an expedition to her father's homeland, while Lee meets a pub full of boils.
A bit of a boil up, as we call it in New Zealand.
From DNA testing, Lee Hart's discovered he has Irish connections, and through his fourth cousin, Patrick Boyle, he's discovered that those connections may date back as far as 1700 BC. And these strong family ties are going to take us to the island of Inishkeel.
My third great-grandfather, Hugh Boyle, born 1819, was born on this island. And this is the person who moved to Australia and consequently to New Zealand. Perhaps this is the church where he had communion or got baptized, who knows, but it's fairly run down now.
The guy that would have been related to you that was buried here is just there at the edge, and he was a bishop.
So he's unmarked. Is there any reason it's unmarked?
No, it's just gone now.
So that's interesting. So I've got a relative who was buried here.
Yep.
So another Boyle name there, Ellen Boyle. We're not sure how she fits in, but surely part of the same family. And this symbol here was also, is that pagan?
Yeah.
So we were pagans.
Well, I don't think so. You must remember back at that stage, the pagan feasts were all linked into Christian ones.
And let's not confuse pagan with bogan. Bogan's a different thing than a
different thing
pagan.
altogether, yeah.
Lee, time to meet some livelier relatives. If you head up to the cafe, you're going to find some hungry and thirsty Boyles waiting for you. You're going to shout them around or two, I believe.
So we've got a few Boyles here now. And a bit of a boil up, as we call it in New Zealand. It's great. You look at the old faces and you think, oh yeah, there's a connection there because they're old. But when you see a young child, you suddenly realise that the DNA that's in my children, as well as me, is also in these people. This story is going to carry on for many generations, you know, and kids remind you of that. That's what it's all about. So now that we're all here, who's got a couple of grand I can borrow?
Yeah, well, good luck with the fundraising, Lee, for the renovations. You're going to need a good chunk of change to fix up the old family home. Now, Hugh and Mary Boyle's traditional cottage from the early 1800s is still standing, though. Just.
So they would have had dinner here. They would have every decision they made, they would have talked about perhaps moving to Australia, probably right over here. You know, it's hard to imagine even who they were, but what is amazing is the fact that had one of them had not been born or even moved, I wouldn't have existed at all. So that's what's amazing. So that's the only thing that really matters, is the fact that a good deal of my DNA began here, or was here. Bit of work, I'll probably fix it up and move back here. Maybe put some aluminium joinery in the windows there and cover steel roof. It started to sink in a little bit that I certainly do have a DNA connection to this place. And in many ways, it's a small town that is not that dissimilar to a small town where I was born, Rananga on the west coast. I can see why people that left Ireland many years ago would have felt comfortable in New Zealand in certain parts. It's peaceful. The people are simple in the best way. It's a simple life. Sláinte War. Thanks for your help, mate. Fantastic. The thing I'm most pleased about is the fact that the people I've met through this experience have been good, down-to-earth, normal people, and they've got normal number of fingers on their hands, which is a bonus. An old Irish song I used to play back in the...
Well, I hope you're well rested. Your DNA test shows that you have Stone Age cousins from over 40,000 years ago. More on that once you land. Croatia. Meanwhile, in South Africa, actress Sonia Gray has been on the DNA trail of her Zimbabwean father's heritage.
So my dad's people, the Shona tribe, were here in South Africa thousands of years ago, but they wound up in Zimbabwe. And I've never been to Zimbabwe, and I know it's a lot different now than when my dad was there, but I would still love to go to his home. You know, it would mean a lot. You go a little bit left. A little bit left. You hold that.
Sonia, now it would be foolish to deny that recent years have been tough on your father's homeland. But despite the restrictive travel rules, we found someone who's going to take you across the border into Zimbabwe.
Cool. I'm going to Zimbabwe. Yeah, I'm going to Zimbabwe.
Now, as we all know, Zimbabwe isn't an easy place to visit these days because, under the controversial rule of Robert Mugabe, those who oppose the government have been beaten, vanished, or killed. The economy's collapsed, and many have fled to South Africa to provide for their families. Agnes is one of many Zimbabweans now living in South Africa, and she's agreed to take Sonia over the river to their shared homeland.
You're Shona?
Yeah, I'm Shona, yes.
So my dad is Shona, of Shona descent. Can you tell me some short, basic, very basic, Shona words like hello?
Hello, Makadi.
Oh,
yeah, that's hello.
Makadi. Makadi.
Yeah, Makadi.
So if I said,
Ndiripo shangu. It's I'm fine.
Okay. So I say to you Makadi, and you say
Ndiripo shangu.
Ndiripo shangu.
Yeah, it's I'm fine.
So tell me about your family, your children.
I've got 3 boys and 2 girls. The twins are 17.
You have twins?
Twin boys.
Twin boys? I have twin girls.
Okay.
This is actually, I've always been interested in this because I fell pregnant with twins and everyone in New Zealand said, oh, do twins run in your family? And because they don't run on my mum's side, but someone said to me, twins are very popular.
Very popular and very common in Africa.
Really?
Yes, yes. Even, you can have even 4 quadruplets. Yeah, even triplets. It's very common, yes, here in Africa, yes.
So I'm glad I just got the twins.
Yes, yes. Life in Zimbabwe these days is very difficult because of the political situation. But long before the political situation, life was so good.
Are you hopeful?
Yes.
For Zimbabwe?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I suppose you have to be, yeah?
Mind the steps, the stones.
Slippery, eh?
Yeah.
Ta-da! And we're in Zimbabwe, yeah?
Yeah.
I made it, finally.
How do you feel to be in Zimbabwe, Sonia?
Well, I've waited a long time to be here, and it's good. It's a triumph.
Right.
Like a home away from home.
Yeah, in New Zealand. How is it in New Zealand?
New Zealand is my home. I'm a New Zealander, and I'll always be a New Zealander.
Your home is Zimbabwe, it's not New Zealand.
Oh, now I'm torn.
Yeah, you're between 2 tribes now.
Yeah, I am. That New Zealand tribe.
Yeah, and Zimbabwe tribe also.
It's interesting, isn't it? That whole, your identity, especially when you've got 2 halves.
Yes, but it's no problem with that. The most important thing is to know where you came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, your backgrounds.
You know, it's interesting. A friend of mine before I came here sent me a Maori whakatauki, I think it's called, like a proverb.
All right.
Your past is your future, and your future is your past.
Yes,
and
exactly.
I feel like that here, and it feels like that's important to your people.
Yes, it's very important.
I feel like the big piece of the puzzle of who I am has been filled in. It's quite a peaceful feeling. Yeah, just to have a story. You know, when someone says, where are you from? I used to say Wellington. Now I will proudly say that I am half Zimbabwean of Shona descent. And if anyone's interested, I can tell them the history.
Coming up, Sonia finally gets a glimpse into her father's living history, while Lee travels to the home of his Stone Age ancestors.
So they obviously found a lot of bones here.
Yes.
And how old are they?
120,000 years.
Lee Hart's already met his Irish relatives, but now he's about to go back further in his family tree than he could have ever imagined. It's a journey back to the Stone Age in Croatia.
It really is beautiful, I can't believe it. One of the most peaceful places I've ever been to. And it's great being away from technology and having none of that sort of life interfering and...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Lee, but you're living proof that Neanderthals hooked up with humans before they died out, because 2.7% of your DNA has Neanderthal markers. Now, since you're related, you're off to visit the family man cave in Krapina. Now, it's not as tidy as the Boyles' old place, but then again, it is 40,000 years old. Local guide Tanya will meet you for this very unique open home.
So we are actually on the Neanderthal site here in Krapina. It's the largest Neanderthal site in Europe and one of the oldest here.
Okay, so they obviously found a lot of bones here.
Yes.
And how old are they?
120,000 years back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're probably more advanced than we first thought.
Yes, some findings say that they could even talk. It wasn't really like we do today, but they did have a certain way of communication.
Language, yeah. Which is amazing, because obviously humans and Neanderthals were living alongside each other.
They were living in some kind of a tribe. They had rituals together, burying and things like that. So,
which explains a bit, because I apparently have 2.7% DNA of Neanderthal in me. I'm not sure if that's a lot or not, but it suggests that perhaps at one stage there was a combined family vacation with the Neanderthals. And okay, it's amazing to think that right here where we're standing, there would have been families, you know, living, sleeping, eating right here.
Yes.
It was a great experience being at that cave for a number of reasons, mainly because it was such a beautiful spot. But secondly, that's where they found all these bones. So I can imagine the guys maybe 150 years ago or 100 years ago when they found those bones, what a remarkable historic discovery it was. But then, of course, the history itself, that you had people very similar to us living there, you know, eating, living their lives like we do right there in that spot. And that was actually quite mind-blowing. Because I've been tracing my DNA around the world, I've been to Ireland, and I was wondering if I was going to feel a connection with any particular place. And it's amazing, I've come back this far, and this is the first place I've started to feel an eerie feeling about the fact that ancestors were here before me.
Back in South Africa, TV presenter Sonia Gray has followed the path of her father's tribe and even crossed the border to step inside his home country. But much of his history still remains elusive.
It's been great learning about my people and my history. But even though I know what the Shona did thousands of years ago, I still don't know anything about my dad's history. I don't even know what his parents' names are or what his life was like growing up. And I want to fill that gap. I wish I could fill that gap.
Sonia, we know that you wish to know more about your father, and your wish is our command. On the table there's an envelope containing a dossier about his past. Now, as you know, Sonia, his tribe are the Shona people, and he grew up speaking their language. He spent his early years in the village of Rusapi in eastern Zimbabwe. He would swim in the river, play soccer and cricket.
My dad played soccer and loved cricket. I love cricket. There you go.
Now, his parents wanted him to get an education and sent him to school in the capital. His father's name was Cephas. He was a policeman, a hard-working street cop. He enjoyed his job and was very respected.
Pretty much knew none of this, so this is all a revelation.
His mother's name was Christina, She was very religious and encouraged John to attend Sunday school and become an altar boy.
I'm really happy that it sounds like my dad and his family had a happy life, because I always had the belief that it wasn't good because he didn't talk about it. So it makes me really sad that I didn't know any of this until now, to be honest, because it's all positive things. There's nothing negative here. And I think it would have been, it's all positive information, and it would have been really nice to just have known it and have it as part of our story. But that's cool. I know it now, and I can pass it on to my children. I don't know why families have so many secrets.
He had 2 younger sisters, Winnie and then Gladys. Unfortunately, they both died. But Winnie had 2 children, and this means that you've got cousins in Zimbabwe. And unfortunately, we don't know their names at this point of the game.
I didn't know that his sisters' names were Winnie and Gladys. So that's really nice to know, to have some names, you know? Yeah, this is really important to me. You know, when you feel like a whole lifetime of stuff you've held in is just... This is all good, though. This is all really good. It's very positive. It's just, it's just quite a lot to take in. Even though it doesn't seem like it's a lot to take in. There are certain things about my father that I've struggled with, and coming here, I can see that perhaps those things are cultural differences that it sort of hadn't ever occurred to me that he would have still. I can really see that it must have been such a huge change for him to come from a small town in Zimbabwe to Wellington, where there was no one that looked like him, and to have to start a new life. And maybe it's easier just to not talk about, to almost forget the past and not talk about it, because you're creating this new future, because you just need to survive in this whole new culture. So I think hopefully I have a better understanding of that and appreciation of what it must have been like for him.
Learning about our DNA can certainly give us a fuller picture of who we are and help us appreciate the way our diverse heritage mixes to make us all unique. Now, we all have a cocktail coursing through our veins, and it's just a matter of understanding the recipe. And the DNA detectives have shown just how complex, exotic, and nuanced our wonderful 12 New Zealanders were. That's the end of this series. Thank you for joining us. We hope that you'll join us next year.
The roadmap for the wildest ride in our lives is inside us thanks to our DNA. So would you be brave enough to discover where it leads? 12 New Zealanders have, and they're about to find out what really runs in their blood. Chef Michael Vandereelen and controversial broadcaster Dave Farney are about to link up with relatives both old and new.
That is genetically linked to me.
Yeah, 8,000 years ago.
It's my father's village. No, really?
Now, for food mad Michael Vandereelen, much of his Dutch heritage has been kept alive through his mother's cooking. However, more concrete details of family life in Holland have been a bit thin on the ground, and we're about to change all that. But first, Let's see what he does know about his lineage.
Ma and Pa came to New Zealand, came over from Holland. When they landed on the New Zealand shores in 1963, they took Holland and they kind of put it in a box and they shut that door, particularly Dad, not so much Mum, but Dad. New Zealand was his new home. We never spoke about Holland around the dinner table, and we never spoke about his experiences as a youth. They went through such dark times, in those 1940s to 1947, I guess. They were children during the Nazi occupation. Yeah, that must have been horrific. So maybe he's just locked it away. Mum would talk a lot more about her upbringing, a few little snippets here and there, but it's only one generation. That's it. I don't know anything else further back. Nothing. Zip, zilch.
Mike.
How are you?
Come on, sit yourself down.
Okay.
Let's get to the nuts and bolts of your history. Where were you born?
I was born in Henderson,
Okay.
West Auckland, so I'm a Westie.
Okay, so what was it like growing up for you?
Fantastic. Dad started a chicken farm.
Oh, did he?
His family and the chickens.
Excellent.
And our family came together over dinner. And my parents spoke Dutch at home. The food was very Dutch. My mother kept, there was 5 or 6 dishes that was probably passed down to her from her mother.
You did, in your early years, meet your grandparents. Were those your mothers or your fathers?
Mothers. I would have been 11.
Did you suck information out of them?
Not really, because I could understand Dutch, but I couldn't speak it.
And they couldn't speak English?
They couldn't speak English. We'd just sit there and we'd just kind of nod and smile, a little bit of smiling, and that was about it.
And your father's side of the family? You know?
Never met them.
And you know nothing about his childhood or?
Never came out. His history never really came out that often.
OK, we've got your tests and we're going to take a look at those if you watch the screen over there. Your Dutch ancestry is clear, as are the French and German markers, and there's a considerable amount of Northern European DNA. Your relatives might have hailed from the likes of Sweden or Finland, with those Scandinavian markers. And the lab have found 856 DNA matches for you, so prepare to meet some of those relatives rather soon. But in the meantime, I want you to take this with you on your journey into the unknown.
Okay, thank you.
And this is the way we'll keep in contact with each other. And all that's left for me to do is wish you bon voyage.
That's me, I'm gone.
Yes, you're out of here.
It was a pleasure.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. Well, right now, Michael knows about one generation of his family, but he's going to be very surprised just how far back in time his DNA results are going to take him.
Michael, you're about to fly to the home of hippie culture. Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. The home of hippie culture. The hippies in Holland, Scandinavia, Sweden. There's lots of hippies in Sweden. There's hippies everywhere. I wonder if you'll send me another clue. More info, please. Send. San Francisco, of course. But as far as I know, but absolutely nothing to do with San Francisco. So why am I here? What part of my DNA has pulled me to this awesome town?
Hello, Michael. One of your fourth cousins is preparing a traditional dish to help welcome you into the fold. So grab a cab and follow this map.
Will they be Dutch? Will there be Dutch in them? Will they be a hippie? Apparently there's lots in San Francisco, not that I know that. I thought I was going to Sweden, yet here I am.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Hi, I'm Nancy.
Michael, pleasure to meet you.
You're just in time. I have lunch cooking.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. And I knew that we were related, and I wanted to find one of the recipes my grandma had.
Okay. Is it Dutch?
No, it's Norwegian. Actually.
Norwegian? No Dutch at all?
We just have some DNA we share. It's an ancestor before 1903. Fourth cousins.
Nancy and Michael are likely to connect through Michael's 4.8% Scandinavian markers and her Norwegian ancestry because around 100,000 Norwegians emigrated to Holland in the 1600s.
And this was cooked by your mother?
My grandma.
So this is Norwegian, so what's the dish called?
It's called kumla.
Okay, so what's it entailed? Potatoes?
We grate the potatoes. We're going to put them in the bowl.
Should we do that now? Do you have a grater?
I can look and see.
Okay, because then I'll just grate it.
I only have that one.
No, oh, it's quite fine.
Are you sure?
Okay, let's blend it.
What?
Chuck it in the blender. Turn that on. Oh, yeah. I'm used to going to people's house and going straight to the kitchen. I've flown halfway across the world
To just
come
make
into your
kumra.
kitchen and make kumra. Kumra.
Kumra.
Kuma. So I'd say this in?
Yeah. Now when we eat, we can blame you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Do you know a search angel? Do you know what that is?
No.
So that's somebody who they help adoptees reconnect with their birth families. I love to do research and stuff. It's my passion. And I use DNA as a tool to help me find someone's birth parents, right? We get a lot of cases where it's a baby that was left, like a foundling case where they were left on the steps of a church.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You know, somewhere where they don't have any information. I did my DNA because, well, my dad died and I was looking for a half-brother that I have never met. In the process of doing that, I found that I really enjoy it. So, I haven't found my brother yet, but I did find a good hobby.
Fantastic.
One that's very kind of emotional.
Yeah, it must be.
But I think that with the DNA stuff, it actually has made it really easy for people to not only find missing people and missing family relatives, but also just to find more about who you are.
So this is just bacon and...
Butter.
Bacon and butter?
Isn't that horrible? But I think they needed stuff like this to give them energy. My grandma, she made it all the time. All the time. My mom loves it and I love it, but I've never actually made it myself. I haven't had it in 20 years.
It's quite stodgy.
Maybe the dumplings need to be a little more fluffier.
Today I found out that I am 5% Norwegian.
Right, and you didn't know that before,
No
right?
clue.
And are you interested in knowing more?
All right, now that I've started the journey, absolutely. So that's my extended family. So that's Ma and Pa there. And then that's my family. So that's Hazel and Ivy.
They're so cute.
And I'll show you a close-up photo. So that's Ivy. Her eyes are the same as yours.
Oh, my.
So there's the eyes.
Wow.
That's pretty kooky, really.
So cute.
So that's us. That's my little world.
Yeah.
You miss them so much. Even if you go away for a short period of time, you come back and they've just changed so much. They grow up like that.
I know, right?
You got to be around them all the time.
My mother's last name was Vogan. Okay?
Vogan.
Yeah, so her father was Vogan, and when they came here from Norway, and I think it was like 1865, they came over on this ship, but when they left...
Victor Vogan.
Mhm.
Victor Vogan. She looks a bit grumpy, doesn't she? She's
Yeah,
got
but-
that downward smile. That's when you're going to go turn that smile around.
So that's that. Maybe you can improve the kumla recipe as well.
Doesn't need improving, it's perfect.
My grandma would probably agree with you.
Well, maybe I could have improved it a bit. A few herbs, a bit of seasoning, wouldn't have hurt.
Well, Michael, hopefully you've digested that meal. Time to move on. With a surname like Vandereelen, you're bound to feel at home in Amsterdam. Your flight leaves in 3 hours. We'll be in touch when you get there.
I'm going to Amsterdam. That is so cool. I get to go to the Heineken factory.
Coming up, Michael discovers an ancient dish his ancestors would have enjoyed, and Dave Farnay finds a tiger who knows a bit about his family tale.
Her name was Carmen Maria Colom Peugeot.
Wow.
Now, there are those who claim that what's in our DNA runs to the heart of who we are. And actor, writer, radio host Dave Farnay says that he knows what's in his DNA, even before the lab have analysed it. So, how does Dave see his heritage?
I don't really think it's going to tell you too much about me that I don't already know, which is basically I'm Samoan and that I'm a thoroughbred. No mixed blood around my family history. I'm quite sure of that. My mother was adopted. Doesn't change the fact that my DNA is still pure. You know, she's done a great job, and so has my father, looking after these thoroughbred children, of which there were 4 of us. And in fact, her and my father, they're like kings and queens to me. I thank them for a lot of things. I have the most immense respect and love for my family. Towards my own kids, I'm pretty relaxed. I love having kids, first and foremost. There's always great joy. We all laugh. Family, to me, means you'll always have someone to laugh with you. Well, this is going to be a crazy journey for them, as well as me, and I look forward to it.
Dave, come in.
Hi, Richard.
Sit yourself down, my dear man. You're a difficult person to define in many ways. Were you born and bred in Samoa?
No, I was born here in New Zealand.
Okay.
And then did a bit of time in Samoa, and then back in New Zealand. And
what are your interests? Sport or?
Sport, definitely. I do like contact sports, and I like lawn bowls as well.
No, stop it.
Yeah, I really because
that's a bit girly, isn't it?
No, it's really intense. My father, he got really angry with me because I almost beat him in a tournament, and my brother was there, and he said, "If you beat Dad, you know what's going to happen." So I threw the game.
So you don't know whether to beat him or patronise him?
Yeah.
We've got your DNA results in. If you care to look at the screen over there, we'll take a look at those. We can confirm that you are 100% Dave.
Yes.
But not 100% purebred Samoan. You've got 60% East Asian and Native American markers, and 32.5% Oceania. But that blue bit over there, that means 8% European DNA.
Really?
Do carry a small percentage of Ashkenazi Jewish markers as well, so there's some surprises there. And our laboratory have found 913 DNA matches for you. Going to be a few bolts from the blue, so I want you to keep that about your person at all times, because this is the way that you and I are going to keep in contact with one another. Lots of laughter, I hope, along the way, and lots of surprises. Well, come on, cheer up.
Oh, well, I'll be in touch.
Good man. Happy trails.
Okay, thank you. See ya.
Bon voyage. Right now, Dave's in the dark about what's in store for him. But there are two cousins from his mother's side of the family who are waiting in the wings to reveal his links to Latin America and the Lone Star State.
Texas. %8 European. Goes to show that even thoroughbreds sometimes have slight hiccups in their makeup. Very slight.
Okay, Dave, find the state capitol building and look for a woman with tiger stripes. She's going to introduce you to the poet in the family.
So you're the tiger stripe.
Hi, Dave. I'm your fourth cousin, Samaria.
Samaria.
Nice to
Oh,
meet
hi.
you.
I like your ink.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you very much. Welcome to Austin.
So we're fourth cousins.
We are fourth cousins.
All right. Do you know on the mother or father's side?
I got information. Maybe you have some Ashkenazi, Russian Jewish, maybe Eastern Asian.
Eastern what the?
Or my mom is Puerto Rican, so she's got native Puerto Rican. So I don't know if it's the native or through the Jewish.
Either or. It's nice to meet you.
Now, Dave and Samaria may have just met, but Polynesians and indigenous Americans first crossed paths centuries ago. By DNA testing skeletons, we know that Polynesians first met and traded with South and Central Americans over 600 years ago.
I like art projects a lot. And this will be nice to put our picture in it and say, oh, that's when I did a documentary with my fourth cousin.
How did you get into the DNA thing?
Well, I knew some stuff about my mom's heritage and some things about my father's. Dad's basically Russian Jewish, and my mom is Puerto Rican, which is African, Taino, which is the native, and some European, like Spanish heritage. And I wanted to kind of look more into that. My grandmother, she was a poet. I found out recently that in 1938, she had written a book of poems. She's mulatto, which is half black and half white.
Wow.
Her name was Carmen Maria Colón Peixoto. I grew up not knowing that at all about her. Getting the DNA test led me to find out this about her, all the things that she went through, having been from slave heritage and whatnot. Yeah, how about you?
I'm surprised that I'm not wholly from Samoa. Meeting you is quite freaky.
Yeah.
Quite freaky.
Freaky in like a horror movie kind of way, or?
Well, I never had expected to have a cousin that's like you.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, it's beautiful.
And it makes me wonder how everybody is related somehow. It's a nice feeling.
That one.
I think that you can make that work for you.
Yeah.
You think your wife will like it?
Why'd you have to ruin a good time? Hey, I'm having a good trip. Now you ruined it. Hey, where can I get a hat? She is so cool. I really did feel like we're a family in the end. Yeah? She's got a Samoan spirit. It's not nice, eh?
It's all right.
Well, it should be like
it's
that.
It's okay.
Yeah, but they're European.
I don't know if it works.
I wish I had another day. It would have been fun to meet people that she loves, and it would have been good.
That looks good. Yeah.
Oh, serious. I'll take this one. Come on.
Do people wear cowboy hats in Samoa?
Yeah, all the time.
No, they don't. Really?
They do. Yeah, I didn't think when I woke up this morning that it would have been as cool as this, but even though I can't see the family resemblance, you know, I now sort of figured out that, yeah, it must be, you know, somewhere along the line. I never thought Puerto Rico.
Well, it's beautiful. You should visit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave, but another cousin's ready to meet you in the high deserts of California, where you're going to discover the significance of the number 39 in your family.
39.
Coming up, Dave's about to meet cousins who want to share some major league connections with him. While Michael could be a man from Atlantis.
Maybe your ancestors have witnessed that dramatic happening.
Wow.
The DNA detectives want Chef Michael Vandereelen to enjoy the full smorgasbord that is his ancient DNA, and he's in for a global ride. Imagine having postcards from everywhere your ancestors have lived. Well, some of our DNA works in that manner. Scientists have put these markers into groups called haplogroups. When we do a DNA test, we can find out our haplogroups, which then lets us trace how our ancestors traveled about the world. Michael's about to find out that his haplogroup, H1 on his mother's side, will take him traveling back in time, and we've sent him to Amsterdam to await instructions.
15 years since I've been in Amsterdam. I was born in New Zealand, but I think the Dutch side of me runs quite strong. You know, both my parents were Dutch. It's important. Just got 2 Dutch passports for my girls. And it's a great thing, because I want them to come here one day. I do kind of feel like I am coming home in a funny way.
Okay, sorry, Michael, no time for beer tasting. Head for the coast. There's a rough sea between you and your very, very ancient past, because we're sending you to visit your ancestors' backyard. Now, when I say ancient, not hundreds of years ago, but 8,000 years ago, to be precise.
8,000 years ago. It's outrageous.
The ancient postcards in your DNA from your mother's side have led us to conclude that some of your ancestors came from Doggerland. It's a place few people know about today, but it was once a thriving community of hunter-gatherers.
I think hunting and gathering sounds quite idyllic. If these Doggerland people are my DNA relatives, then they look pretty happy. I hope they were. Didn't look like they had much to fear.
They might have seen animals like these, your ancestors.
God, that's heavy. Look at that.
It's a tusk.
From a mammoth.
Of a woolly mammoth.
A woolly mammoth.
Yeah, 11,000 years.
11,000 years, and you're allowing me to pick it up. It's outrageous. I'll just be careful.
Don't break it.
11,000 years old.
11,000 years old. In a time, here's the southern North Sea, the present Doggerland Bank, was an island, Dogger Island. That doesn't exist anymore. And when the sea level was even lower, there had been a land bridge between England and the mainland.
Wow.
And that land bridge is called the Doggerland. There were deer running around the woods.
Okay.
I think your ancestors have been reindeer hunters.
Wow. Incredible.
In this area.
These are all things that my ancestors fed on.
They fished a lot. There was a lot of fish in the seas. They gathered wild vegetables and fruits from the woods. Paleo, you know?
They're
the real paleo people.
Paleo's been around for 8,000 years.
Yes, okay. And your ancestors have invented it. And we have found this piece of human skull, which must be about as old as your ancestors are.
So I'm touching...
You're touching...
one of my ancestors.
It's a part of the skull from behind the ear.
Incredible. Incredible that I can touch something that is so old.
Yeah.
And that is genetically linked to me.
Yeah. They were paleo, they were happy, but then there was a very dramatic happening in Doggerland. West of Norway, there's a fracture in the seabed. It became active 8,000 years ago, caused a tsunami. It was 15 meters high.
15 meters high.
15 meters high, and the island wasn't more than 2 to 3 meters above sea level.
So it just got
by
wiped
that
out?
time. So it was completely wiped away, just in one big tsunami wave.
So my ancestors were wiped out overnight?
Yeah, they've wiped the complete island away. But because they were seagoing, they had their canoes and could...
So some got away?
Some got away, I think. Or maybe your ancestors have witnessed that dramatic happening.
Wow. Incredible.
In this area.
Wow. That's great. Yeah. Can I put that in my pocket?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, this is a very important piece.
It stayed here.
I never thought I would, in my wildest dreams, be able to do that. To know where you first came from, all those thousands of years ago, that's pretty cool.
Meanwhile, sportsman Dave Farney has made it to Hesperia in California, and he's about to find out his DNA connects him to an epic angel with the number 39 on his back.
39. Must be getting close. Ferocious dogs.
Don't worry about the dogs, Dave. They won't hurt you. Just keep walking down the street. Look for a lady in red.
Don't like American dogs. They've got big American teeth.
Hi.
There we go. I'm looking for you.
I'm Paki. I'm your fourth cousin.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave.
This is my wife, Nikki. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. American Samoan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to California.
So you're a long way from Samoa.
I was born in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And when I became 3 years old, my dad wanted to go back to American Samoa. We were all raised in American Samoa. And then I joined the service.
What service?
Army. United States Army. You know, my wife, she did this for me when I got promoted to captain.
Captain?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 22 years in. This was actually the last letter my dad wrote me. You know, I always keep it close to my heart and it keeps me grounded and refocuses my life when it starts to get out of out of sync. Basically just says that, you know, he's proud of me and that
I love what it says here, you know. I love you and keep up the good work, you know. Yeah. As dads do.
Yeah.
They're very simple words.
Simple words.
Yeah, they mean so much more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Bucky and Nikki have a huge blended family with 7 kids between them. Nikki had 3 children when she met Bucky, and then they had another 4 together to make 7.
Now, what made you take the DNA test?
Oh, do it for a bit of a giggle. Didn't think they'd show me much, and lo and behold, I'm sitting there next to meeting you and then meeting 7 others. Yeah. Listen. Oh, you got pizza. One of my clues said something important about the number you're wearing at 39.
The number 39 has to do with my dad's brother. Tony Solaita. He was the first Samoan to play in the major leagues. He started off his career with the Yankees under stars like Mickey Mantle.
Whoa.
He also played for the Angels. The last number he wore was 39 before he retired.
Oh, the Angels.
Yeah.
First ever Samoan. So cool.
And this is, actually, these are some of his baseball cards.
Wow. And that's our relative.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
And that's for you.
Get out.
No.
No.
Your family.
Really? Really?
My dad was his off-season coach. He would grab all the cousins. He'd be pitching, he'd be hitting, and all the kids would be out there tracing out all the balls he hits out.
Awesome to see a Samoan made it.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
And I wanted to give you that. And also, while we were out at camp, I flew this. I was able to fly it and keep it. This is near and dear to my heart. And I wanted you to have it.
Oh.
So every time you
My
see
Lord.
this stuff,
Yeah.
you know your family in Southern California.
Oh, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much.
Oh, there's actually more.
Two girls, they also did the DNA test.
Yeah?
And you show up as a match to them as well. Their last name is Tomalatai.
It's my father's village. Oh.
You're like double family to us.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks once again, eh? I gotta take you to a Warriors game. This team are the most awesome team.
Right.
Yeah, you know, it'll fit you because it fits me.
Okay.
And hopefully by you wearing it, it'll help them win. Because we really need some wins. What lovely people. Yeah, it's only been a few hours and I already feel part of this family. And I'd love them to meet my family back home. Oh, if we were in New Zealand, you'd get hugs and kisses. And to know that I'm related to this family on both sides is doubly cool. And then we have a sporting legend in the mix. Yeah, I'm not going to shut up about that one.
Coming up, Dave meets his family's very own Jerry Maguire, and chef Michael Vandereelen finds a relative who gets inspired by food in a deadly way.
Adolf Hitler, ravioli cheese. Wow.
Yeah.
Michael Vandereelen is in Amsterdam on the trail of a Dutch relative. He doesn't know much about his ancestry as his parents moved to New Zealand from Holland in the 1960s, and they didn't talk much about their lives there. Okay, Michael. Head on over to the Rembrandt Museum where you're going to meet your fourth cousin. Look for somebody waving a Rembrandt postcard at you. That'll be her.
Is that a Rembrandt postcard? It is a Rembrandt postcard. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? I'm
Good.
Michael.
Hi, I'm Claudia.
It's lovely to meet you. It's lovely to be in Amsterdam.
Welcome.
It's a big piece of artwork. This is a little bit unusual, isn't it? Okay, I didn't think I was going to do this, waking up this morning.
You being a chef was a big surprise for me because I'm very much interested in food and everything surrounding food, but I'm a visual artist. I thought I would surprise you with something else, this menu.
This is your artwork.
Yeah, it's called The Last Supper, and this menu consists of the last thing people ate.
Before they died?
Yes. And
wow.
Yeah.
All these people, so you must have, like Adolf Hitler, ravioli cheese. How did you know that?
With lots of research. So like, well, I look for archives, autopsy reports, I look for police things, all kinds of stuff. For example, like Marilyn Monroe, it's a ripe grapefruit.
Yes. Cleopatra had a fresh fig.
Yeah, fresh fig, or
James
let's
Bond's
see.
wife had wedding cake.
Yeah.
Tattinger champagne. Now that's a way to go.
Yeah.
Dodie, who was that?
Dodie Fayette, the boyfriend of Princess Diana.
Oh, Princess Diana's there.
Yeah.
She had a Dover sole with vegetables.
Yeah, they
tempura.
both had dinner at the Ritz. Also did research all the ingredients and to get as close as possible to the real thing.
Yes.
So you have to come back.
Yes.
Because in November, this will be a real proper event.
As in they'll be cooking all the food.
Yes.
I think it's wonderful how our worlds have intertwined.
Yeah. Maybe you would like to help him cook. No,
There's a lot to do. It was pretty cool meeting her today, I must admit. You know, whether that's DNA, who knows, but we had quite a bit in common.
Your next port of call, following your father's DNA, is going to take you to one of the oldest cities in Europe, Hasta Luego.
Must be in Spain. Barcelona? What does that have to do with my father's DNA, though? I'm going to one of, like, the culinary capitals of the world. My father can't even cook an egg.
Radio host Dave Farney was confident that his DNA was 100% Samoan, and yet it's taken him from Austin, Texas, to the high deserts of California, and now he's in Denver, Colorado, to meet his second cousin outside the headquarters of the Denver Broncos Football Club.
John Elway played for Broncos. He was good. Lovely player, but I don't think he's my cousin.
Okay, Dave, he'll be easy to spot. He'll be the only one in Polynesian attire, which isn't all that common in Denver.
I think this is him. Hey.
Marlo.
Hello again.
Danny, I'm Andy. I'm your second cousin.
What side of the family are you?
I think we're on the mom's side of the family.
Yeah.
Yes.
You look like mum's side of the family.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, my God, and you got hair.
Yes. Just a little bit of hair.
Oh, mine left me. Oh, man, you look great.
Right. Well, come on in. You look just like my uncle in Samoa. Spitting image. So the reason why you're here is because I'm also a sports agent.
A sports agent?
Yes.
For, like, the players?
Yes.
Oh, right. Oh, my Lord.
That's why the Broncos has opened up their facilities to us, so.
It's pretty nice, eh? You look like my mum. You look so much like my mum. You want to see a picture of it?
Yeah.
This is my wedding. Hang on, I'm gonna get rid of the ugly kids. There she is. But you see, even the younger photos, you look just like her.
Wow.
You're from American Samoa.
Yes, but my mom's from Western Samoa. That's crazy, Dave. You look just like my mom's brother. I am very excited to kind of know how we're linked together.
Yeah. What's her surname?
My mom's maiden name is Chan Boon.
Yeah, I mean, Chan Boon's playing rugby for
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, my nephew. That's my first cousin's son. So their father and my mother are brothers and sisters.
Because one of them is currently going out with the daughter of my mate.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe he's supposed to be going out with someone else. I've let the cat out of the bag. Oh, wow, that's awesome. So funny. It's my cousin. I found a connection to Andy as soon as we started talking about the Super Bowl. He shows me not just one Super Bowl trophy, but 2 Super Bowl trophies, 2 rings, pretty incredible. And talking about John Elway, the great Denver Broncos quarterback. I got a real buzz meeting him. I used to be a Atlanta Falcons fan, but I think I'll swap over to Denver Broncos. I love the Warriors, yeah, but I love the Broncos as well now.
Coming up, Michael is about to find his ancient grandcestors knew all about matching great food with fine wine. Meanwhile, Dave is about to find out what sort of connection he shares with Andy.
Wait. Oh, my Lord, you're an angel.
Celebrity chef Michael Vandereelen has been following his ancient DNA. His mother's DNA linked him to Doggerland, but his father's DNA has brought him to Spain.
What the hell am I doing in Spain? Although it's not difficult to kill time here. I am not unhappy if this lifestyle is in my DNA.
You're probably wondering what you're doing in southern Spain. Well, your DNA markers show us that you are about 1.8% Iberian. But that's not the only reason you found yourself there.
Now, all the great seafaring civilizations of the Bronze Age and the Iron Age are from the Jade 2 haplogroup, like Michael. So he's got some adventurous ancestors. Guide Hannibal is going to show Michael what remains in this part of the world. Michael's ancestors may have mixed with the Phoenicians, who created cities all along the Mediterranean coast 3,000 years ago.
A couple of streets has been found here since the times of the Phoenicians, with several remains of houses.
Why did the Phoenicians come here? Why did they come to Cadiz?
Actually searching for precious metals, especially silver, and they organized the expeditions, from Lebanon, actual Lebanon, Phoenicia, to here. They made the first settlement about 900 BC.
900 BC?
Yeah, less than 1,000 inhabitants, so a humble town.
Quite amazing to look at it.
Actually, they found 2 Phoenicians died violently.
In this site here?
Yeah,
Look over?
in this site, And one of them had a leg broken. And for this one, they extracted Phoenician DNA,
And part of that DNA is in me.
Yeah.
I think it was quite bizarre. You're looking at a skeleton that's 4,500 years old, but it's still quite moving. Even though it may be very small, a little bit of him is related to me. Wow, so this is the markets.
Yeah, it's the heart of the city.
Wow,
But
look at
the
that.
fish part and seafood is the most popular. They come, they make their shopping, they join together. In the afternoon, we eat at 2:30 approximately.
You eat, and then you go for a siesta.
Sleeping, half an hour only.
I love that.
But some people 3 hours, well, depends.
Been born in New Zealand with Dutch parents. I was a Kiwi with a Dutch heritage. And that's all I ever knew. Sometimes we need to stop and look back, because we are who we are for a reason. This trip's been truly awesome. It's a bit like a breadcrumb trail that I've followed back through history, through countries and cultures that my relatives belong to. I was able to go back in time so that now I can show my kids, Hazel and Ivy, where they come from, and that's very important.
Meanwhile, Dave Farney has found a second cousin who he never knew existed, and he is a sports agent from Denver, and he wants to help Dave solve the mystery of how they're related, but the game comes first.
So this is a Major League Baseball game, Dave. This is the real deal. As a sports agent, it's like a high-powered babysitting job.
Some pretty big babies, say.
That is very true, yes.
Oh. Got it. Nice.
Andy is a Mormon, and exploring genealogy is a large part of the Mormon religion. Andy taking a DNA test was part of that, but Dave's rather new to all of this.
As far as I know, I found out Mum was adopted, apparently. I only found that out when I started, when I agreed to do the show. She dropped that bombshell and I went, what?
You didn't know about that?
No, I didn't know about it, but apparently my wife knew, and my brothers and sisters knew.
Everybody knew but you.
No, it was quite interesting to then find out, oh, wow, she's got a different family. Yeah.
That's crazy, Dave.
I like Andy, and he seems to be set on finding the link to prove we are second cousins.
The Mormon Family Center in Denver have extensive records, and they're keen to find out how Andy and Dave connect.
Okay, so let's put the whole thing in.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. To 1942.
To 1942.
Take a look at this. Notice this. These are her adopted parents. I have a sneaking suspicion these guys are related. That is how she ended up getting married. I haven't proved it yet, but I'm betting.
And how did they end up in Tanongamanunu?
You tell me. It's a story that needs to be told. It's who you are. DNA gives you the facts. Paper trails complete the story. And that's what we're working on now.
Excellent.
While Barb works with Dave, Joy gets all of Andy's details. Dave's mother's maiden name was Tuswala, so Barb thinks that this is a good place to start the search.
I have an idea, all right? So let's see what happens now. There you go.
Oh, my Lord.
Wow.
That's your common relative, right there.
Tupo Tuisaula. Oh, you're an angel.
That's crazy, Dave.
Like we were thinking, you're second cousins.
I've heard my mom talk about that name. Like, it was a very unique and special name. The Tupong is very special to her. And that's how, and that's how we're connected through that. This is crazy.
It's quite emotional. It's been really cool. Yeah, I was doubting Thomas, I'll admit, but they found a missing relative that connects me to Andy on our mother's side. Mum doesn't know that much about her family side either. So it's nice to have this to take home to Mum. Yeah, real nice. Yeah. Triple. Pretty cool.
This
is family, huh?
Yeah.
Hello.
This is my son, Andrew. Andrew, this is my second
player.
cousin, Dave. This is my mother-in-law.
I saw your photo of you, yeah.
Diana.
Hi, I'm
and
Dave.
this is my cousin Dave. These are my nieces and nephews right here.
How are you? Hello. Hello. Great hat.
Tammy. That's my brother-in-law, David.
Oh, my Lord.
I was kind of skeptical.
Yeah, same here.
Same here? You're probably thinking, I don't have any family members out in America, especially
Hell no.
Denver, Colorado.
I mean, I've got to say, I'm not displeased, you know? Right. I'm pretty happy.
I'm actually very grateful that I gained another cousin.
Yeah. I'll keep in touch with Andy. You don't go halfway around the world and meet your second cousin who looks like your mother and forget about them. What I've learned from this experience is that we're made up of so much more than we think. I'm not a total thoroughbred like I thought I was, and maybe I'm just a little bit more interesting because of it.
Now, the study of DNA is a fascinating science that opens our eyes to how connected we all really are. And the DNA detectives is proving that we all have links hidden in our blood to places and people we could never have imagined. So, who's going to be curious enough to take the test next week? Why don't you join us and find out?